going on? What's happening, everybody? Appreciate you guys checking in. Everybody except for the one guy I just saw pop in the chat. Jeff, get your ass out of here. You get crazy. God damn it, Jeff. Appreciate everybody popping in on Wednesday. We got training camp tomorrow. Rookies report tomorrow. And I know we kind of mentioned it probably a few months ago. We sat there and go, man, like before you know it, football's here. Yeah. Tomorrow, the rookies report, man. It's going to be fun. It's going to be exciting. We're going to talk about just training camp. We got a bunch of things, a bunch of topics that we want to touch on before training camp rips off. We got Jermod McCoy. Big news with our 4th round pick. He put ink to paper, so we're going to talk about that. Training camp expectations, some of the battles that we're looking forward to, maybe some of the concerns that maybe we can kind of iron out through training camp. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about maybe a player, maybe two, that could be a surprise player to make this 53-man roster. So we're going to talk about that as well. But then if it don't go down today, and if it don't go down first thing tomorrow morning, probably East Coast time, somebody hasn't signed yet. And we're going to talk about that, kind of get the chat's kind of take on that and how they feel. But we're going to try to chop it up as much as we can. Have a little bit of fun before training camp. I haven't been on in a minute. Outside of, shout out to our guy, Raf El Capitan, our big guy, man. I was able to go live with him on Monday. Shout out to him. Definitely go check that out. Go show some love to our guy, Raf, man. Always supporting everybody in the nation. But was able to share a screen with him. Talked a little bit about training camp, Raider stuff. Definitely go check it out. But outside of that, it's been a couple of weeks. So I'm happy to be back. I'm cracking open a little bit of a beer on my end just to have a little bit of fun. So appreciate everybody. We're going to go, we're going to say what's up to the chat here in just a second. But gotta say what's up to my guy, Severe, man. What's happening? What's going on, man?
Oh, man, nothing much, man. It was a good show with you and Ralph the other day, man. I was able to tap in for a little bit of that, man. So, see you was over there, man. Still talking ball, man. Trying to give them the ins and outs, man. Let them know what's good over there, man. It was a fun show. It's a fun show. Right after is that the day after the World Cup too, right? I think, yeah, day after the World Cup.
I think so, because Ralph tried to talk to me about the World Cup, and I'm like, I just know Spain won. That's it. Sorry, but hey, he rocked out. He did his thing.
Nah, for sure. Yeah, nah, for sure, man. I was surprised. I did not have. I thought France would take it all, but Spain beat them, and then England beat them in the 3rd place game. So France ended up finishing 4th at the end of the day. So I was expecting to be another Argentina versus France final with France coming out on top this time, but Spain, man, the young kid he's the future.
But Spain took it, man. And who's the guy in Argentina? The
Messi.
Lionel
Messi.
I think I never really watched the World Cup back in the day, but when I went back to see family like 3 weeks ago when the World Cup was kind of going on, the only way I can really get into sports that I don't follow, I got to place bets. And so we were just betting the entire time on all the games. So got into it for sure. So it was exciting, without question, especially when George Kittle started talking about there's a player, I don't know who he was, but he's like damn near like 6'5" or 6'6", and he's scoring a bunch of goals. And Kittle came out and basically was like, hey, this guy needs to come to our tight end camp. And so I forget who he was. I forget where he's from. But
is it Holland?
It might be Holland.
Holland's
ponytail, stuff like that. He just looks.
Yeah.
Like he can probably
Holland's a beast. Yeah, Holland's a beast.
So, but shout out to Spain. Hey, shout out to everybody that even, everybody, all the countries just participate in the World Cup. Happens once every 4 years. So definitely got to show up or show out. So but shout out to everybody creeping up in here. Again, we're also going to have, I don't have a start 'em, bench 'em, cut 'em. So Jeff, you can't cheat, but I will have one of our versus games and have a little bit of fun. And I got a good one, kind of the tail end of that one. So halfway through the show, we'll definitely break it up a little bit, play a little bit of game, and have a little bit of fun. So appreciate everybody. Do us a huge favor. Double tap the screen, hit the like button, hit the sub button if you want to get included in the chat. You got myself, 805 Raider, you got the Severe Raider, and our guy Chris. He's going to be with us again. I promise you, he's going to come back around. But we will start up our Sundays after the first preseason game. So the first preseason game's on a Thursday. We'll go live that Wednesday before it, and then we're going to hit you guys with the Sunday, and we're going to get back into our regular schedule. when the heart of the season hits off. So appreciate it. We're gonna say what's up to the chat a little bit. We got Troy, first one in the building. What's going on, big dog? Appreciate you. What up, Jeff? I see you. Jack in the building. What's happening? Brady Paul, what's good, man? Appreciate you pulling up. Cool Kev as well. Good seeing you in the building. 11, what's happening? We also got Jason First Downs. Guys, make sure you guys go over to Jason's show with Jonas Duncan, man. I think they just start off their Tuesdays or Monday. I forget which one. But definitely check out their show. And yes, you can go check out Jeff's as well. But if you guys don't know, myself, Severe, as well as Chris, as well as this guy, Jeff up top, home opener, going to be there. Jason Downs, he's going to be at the home opener as well. Shout out to him, man. It's going to be a big crew. Everybody is going to pull up, show up, or show out, man. It's going to be fun, a home opener. So hit us up on social media. Hit up Jeff, hit up Jason, everybody. If you guys are going to come out to the home opener, we're going to have a bunch of fun for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
If you don't take all that candy, there's still some left over. There is. Moon over Miami in the building. What's going on? Appreciate you rocking with us. Well, we also got Cheeto in the building. What's going on? Guys, if you guys search, head over to Cheeto Lance. Leo, put your IG or your link to your IG in the chat, man. Let everybody know where they can get the merch as well. Shout out to you, big dog. Okay. All right, let's make this happen. Let's talk about, again, we got a bunch of things going on. Of
course. Our favorite. Hey, tell Don we said hi.
Yeah, tell Don. Sometimes, we would much rather hang out with her than you, Jeff. God damn it. But Don, hope to see you soon. Hopefully, I think, Severe, you might be trying to go over to the East Coast. I'm going to try to get to the East Coast. And so if I can, man, hopefully we could see Don and Jeff can stay in the parking lot. Shout out to everybody. Appreciate y'all pulling up. Let's do this. First and foremost, let's pop this thing off. Jermod McCoy signs his contract, man. Severe, I'm going to let you talk about this one because us sitting there day 3, watching the draft, you basically called it. Round 4 was about to start. We trade up, and you were hoping that this was going to be the pick, and it happened. So, man, you got to be stoked that he finally put ink to paper. So, man, how you feeling?
Yeah, man, excited. I'm hoping this is a good omen for us. Hoping he can participate some this season. I mean, the kid is uber talented, right? He I think played 1 year at Oregon State, dominated there. Played 1 year at Tennessee, dominated there. I think in like 17 games, he had like 16 PBU, something crazy like that. He's just one of the most physically gifted, one of the best cover corners you're gonna see coming out of the draft. And he was so good that even though he missed this entire past season with an injury, people didn't see him play, he was still projected to go top half of the first round. That's how good this guy is. So if we can get him back, nurse him back to health, or if he's ready to contribute this year, we have the steal of the draft. He is that good. He is locked down, blanket one side of the field, shut down the other team's best receiver. He's that type of player potentially. So just having him in the fold in a secondary that's already young, full of talent. We're looking for a guy that could potentially be the starting guy opposite Stokes. Don't know if he'll be ready to take that kind of workload initially, but once he is, we can have a very, very young, gifted, athletic secondary.
Yeah, man. I mean, I think sky's the limit for the kid. I think really the only concern or thing that you're going to be looking out for is just his health, right? You want him to stay healthy. But I do have, I was reading back the comments, I do have a question, right? You got Jeff saying, I prefer M&Ms, separate the colors, please. Let me ask you guys, do the colors taste different? Or do they all taste the same? I'm a huge M&M fan, okay? Don't get me wrong. If I could take some of my kids' candy in Halloween, I'm going after the M&Ms. So, Chad, let me know. Do the M&Ms taste different based on color? I don't think so. I think they all taste the same.
No, they all taste the same. They taste the same.
Jeff's just being picky. That's what he's doing.
Unless you have like the most exquisite taste buds in the history of mankind, you can taste the difference in the dye. Then no, they all taste the same.
Exactly. So, shout out, Cool Kev. You're saying what kind of money does McCoy got? Actually, just looked it up. And so according to Over the Cap, his total contract is roughly around 5.5 to 5.7 million over the 4 years. So it's total. His signing bonus looks like it's 1.33, and he's got a cap hit of around 885 mil this year to roughly 122, depending on how they pay out the signing bonus. Because again, we're going to talk about Fernando Mendoza at the tail end of the show. It really just depends on how they pay out that signing bonus. So the signing bonus will be 1.33, and we'll see just kind of how they pay out. But the total contract is anywhere between 1.55 and 1.7. That's according to Over the Cap. So got a couple more people rolling in. What up, Ghost? What's going on? Appreciate you rocking. Odyssey, what's happening? You're saying if he signed, the prognosis on his knee must be at least acceptable.
Yeah. Or the Raiders are just comfortable enough with it where they, are confident enough to sign him.
Yeah. Jeff would separate the colors. Let's see. Okay. You're worried about the aesthetics, the way you look. I don't hate on that. The Moon in Miami, I think you're saying you prefer the peanut M&Ms. All right,
okay. Yeah, those are goated, man. The peanut M&Ms are goated.
The peanut M&Ms.
Cannot lie. I don't eat. If you eat plain M&Ms, I'll look at you funny.
I enjoy the plain M&Ms.
I love the plain M&Ms. I gotta have the peanut M&Ms or the peanut butter M&Ms.
Those peanut butter M&Ms are good.
But the plain 100%. Ones, I don't know. Plain ones, I could never get down with those.
Plain ones are my go-to. Not gonna lie. All right, in the building. What up, Roth? What's going on, man? Definitely, guys, go over to Roth's channel, check him out. Shout out to you. Appreciate you, Roth, man, for letting me come on your channel and share the screen, big dog. Appreciate you. All right, the Ghost is getting into it too. Plain M&Ms are fire. Hey, I'm with you.
Only time I eat plain M&Ms is if I put them in go to the movies and you put them in your popcorn. Sometimes I used to do that, but that's the only time I can eat them, man.
Put the plain M&Ms in the popcorn?
Yeah.
That's an interesting move.
Never done it? Oh, man. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. So look, for myself with Jermod McCoy, man, I'm excited that he just signed, right? I think the anticipation of what this kid can be, I think, is real. And I think the entire nation, for the most part, thinks that this guy could be the sleeper, not just of our draft, but of the entire draft. And so if this kid can stay healthy, it's great that we're able to, at least, severe, like you're saying, either we're confident in what the prognosis of the knee is, or they just felt good about moving forward, and you lock him up. And I think at the end of the day, I think we're excited just to see this kid just step on the field. And look, if he's just kind of going through the drills, maybe going through the motions through training camp, and we don't really see him until, let's say, halfway through the season, I think that's perfectly fine as well. You know what I'm saying? So let this kid just get 100% fully healthy, because the sky is the limit. I think we all can agree. So it's good to see him put ink to paper, and man, we're going to see this kid fly on the field. Hopefully, maybe you see him during the preseason. We'll see. Jason chiming in, playing M&Ms and trail mix. Hey, I hesitated to even try those little like trail mix M&Ms things, and when I did, I was like, okay, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. Cheeto, I used to put Reese's Pieces in my popcorn. Okay, all right.
Yeah, man, I can't stand Reese's Pieces, man. I can't stand
Pieces either.
I hate Reese's Pieces. Nah. And I mean, I love like Reese's peanut butter cups. I love Reese's peanut butter cups. It's like one of my favorite candies. But Reese's Pieces, I hate those. You know, like Reese's Pieces were only like they made those for the movie E.T. You know that story? Yeah. So they wanted to use M&Ms, but I think M&Ms wouldn't license or for whatever reasons. So Reese's, like they made Reese's Pieces specifically for that movie. That's why that's why they were created.
That's interesting, man. Severe is just the knowledge of the random. I like that. It's so cool. Playing M&Ms melt too fast and messy. All right, hey, you to each their own.
Melt in your mouth, not in your hands. That's what the commercial said.
That's what they say. What up, Linda? Oh, Jason Marshall. I don't know if I can do the almond M&Ms. And that's just maybe because I'm just not an almond fan.
I haven't seen those in such a long time either.
Yeah. Because M&Ms all of a sudden started coming out with everything. They started coming out with they
had a pretzel one.
The pretzel ones, the crisp, the M&M crisp.
Yeah.
They
had a peanut butter and jelly one that was disgusting.
That's horrible. That's horrible. That doesn't even sound right.
It sounds disgusting. It's disgusting. Yeah.
But I will say though, what my go-to is for the most part, and again, between candy and like cookies, like I'm the biggest Oreo fan you'll ever find.
Yeah. No. Oreos are top tier. Oreos top tier.
I go back home to the parents. My mom always has double stuffed Oreos in the same drawer every single time. She just knows that's my go-to.
That's a top tier cookie. You can't get better than Oreo. Double stuff is that's where it's at too.
Gotta be. You know what I haven't found though in a long time? Hummer. Yes, I know. Sorry. What I haven't found though is, and I just steer clear of them because I know if I'm trying to watch the girlish figure, like I just can't do it. Is the chocolate covered double stuffed Oreos.
Ooh.
Ones, but you can't find the double stuffed ones no more.
You know what? The chocolate covered ones, you know what? I think I usually find them during the holidays, during Christmas time. I usually find them. But the chocolate covered ones, the double stuff. Yeah, those are those are top tier. Yeah,
but even like the single stuff ones that are chocolate covered, like I'll eat a whole goddamn, I'll eat a whole box. Gone. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. Hey, Jason, Jeff's got Dunkin' Donuts. Maybe we'll have M&Ms on this show. We'll never know.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Jermod McCoy, again, we're going to break things up and play a little bit of game in just a little bit. But I appreciate everybody rocking with us. Double tap that screen. Let's go. Next up, training camp expectations. Everybody, let me know what do you expect to look for when we talk about training camp, right? I think for the most part, a lot of people got to tailor your your expectations, and two, be very careful how you digest the information that comes out of training camp, right? Last year, Deontay Thornton was going to be Megatron, and so I think we have to definitely kind of tailor our expectations and really be careful on digesting information that we get. And so, let me know, what do you expect in training camp? What are you looking for? And we're going to talk about camp battles here in just a second. But Severe Man, training camp's going to start. What are some of the things that you're looking for that you want to pay attention to when it kicks off?
I mean, the main thing is that, generally the defense starts out ahead of the offense. And we kind of heard that through most of mini camps and OTAs, where the offense wasn't really clicking on that well. For the most part, all of the quarterbacks were struggling, except Aiden O'Connell. Aiden O'Connell's the only one out there that was dealing from what we were hearing. So you kind of want to see the offense start to make that progression towards being, a well-oiled unit. And that's what, pause if necessary. But, we want to see those guys kind of get on the same page, build that chemistry, get the timing down, especially a veteran guy like Kirk Cousins. See him start to get timing down with Trey Tucker. See what Jack Bech does, if they move him to tight end or not. Want to see, see how Brock responds. He was kind of hurt all last year. So hopefully he has a good camp. And obviously, everybody wants to know about the rookies. Fernando Mendoza, everybody's going to live and die with every single throw Fernando Mendoza makes throughout training camp. And, I just slow motion spiral. Yeah, as you said, temper your expectations. He struggled mightily through OTAs and mini camps. And then, and that was with the third string. And then he moved up the second string. He struggled even more. So, just take a chill pill. What he does during training camp is not the end all be all. He's a rookie getting adjusted to the NFL game. Let the kid get adjusted. They already made the decision that if at all possible, he won't touch the field this year in any meaningful snap. So let's let him just slow cook, right? He's in a slow cooker right now, right? He's not in a pressure cooker. He's in the slow cooker. Let that thing cook.
100%. We got Linda chiming in. She's definitely looking for that O-line. You got Big Luck. What's going on, linebackers versus the run game? I'm excited to see. We got Ruben in here. What's going on, man? Cool, Kev. Expect to see the O-line set. Yeah, not like Pete Carroll said it's going to take us 10 weeks to figure out the offensive line. Cool, Kev is also, I expect to see Laki Tasi at nose tackle, Coons at linebacker. Yeah, man, that's going to be interesting to watch for sure. Look, before we kind of get to like the positions, camp battles, I think the one thing with training camp, it's tough because even what everybody sees, the beat writers are obviously going to see a little bit different, but everything that we see, whether it's through the public getting to go see training camp, right? I'm going to be going possibly on Monday. Leo, if you're still listening, I'm gonna hit you up. I'm trying to clear my schedule for Monday morning, but I'm definitely shots of Leo going on Friday and Saturday. If anybody is going to be out here, let us know. We're gonna put together a little meetup on Friday after everybody that's going to join the Friday training camp. But I'll also be there on Tuesday for the open practice at Allegiant. But you know, even with the public going and seeing training camp, it's going to be very vanilla. They're not going to show you anything. The public's going to be there. They're going to make sure no one's, you know, trying to take pictures or you know, get out their phones and stuff. And so everything's going to be very, very vanilla. And so what you're probably going to get the most benefit out of and maybe indication on just how these guys are progressing is really through the preseason games. So, you know, definitely pay attention to the preseason games. Biggest thing and what I take, especially on the offensive side, is really who's getting just the most reps. Can someone kind of sneak into playing with the ones, right? And I think that's where you can get a little bit of an indication on how someone's progressing. And so if a beat writer comes out and goes, hey, this guy's starting to get some reps with the ones, you're starting to see him, you know, more and more, then, hey, I think that's where you can get a decent indication that he's progressing. One thing I want to see from the offensive side is there some information coming out that Kirk Cousins, outside of Brock Bowers? We know Kirk Cousins and Brock Bowers are going to be working. But severe to your point, who's he starting to target? Who's he getting comfortable with? You know, I've said this for a long time. One of the hardest things and one of the things that takes the most time is for a quarterback to get really good chemistry with the receiver. And Kirk Cousins is brand new into this offense and into this on this roster. He's got to get chemistry with Naylor. He's got to get chemistry with Trey Tucker. So who's he targeting more? Who's he hitting more? And that might give you an indication as to who Kirk Cousins is getting comfortable with. I do want to see, and again, what we're going to see a lot is vanilla. They may not show a lot. How are they truly using Brock Bowers? Yeah, are they splitting them out wide a little bit? You know, are they going to use them more as maybe an actual, you know, single receiver on his own, try to get him locked up one-on-one with the corner? You know, how are they being versatile with Brock Bowers? And then biggest thing, offensive line rotation. Who's getting the first team reps? Who's starting to kind of squeak in to get those first teams? I want to see where Trey Zune is getting his reps. Everybody's talking about guard. He's never played guard, you know, at least at the college level in his years at Texas A&M. So where is he getting reps at? Is it right tackle? Is it left tackle? Where's Charles Grant getting his reps? Those are things I definitely want to see. On the defensive side, on the flip side, I want to know what type of formation is Robbie Leonard really going to run? Because we know he's going to run a 3-4, but how is he going to run the 3-4? Is it more of an even front? Is it more odd fronts? Because if you run more odd fronts, then we are going to need a true nose tackle. So is that going to mean Adam Butler is going to be there? Are we going to see more Laki Tasi? So, you know, what kind of fronts is he going to run? I want to see how the defensive backs are going to be aligned in this defense. Are we going to run a true 2-high safety set? If I see single high and he wants to lean a little more in that cover 3, I might not break down game film on the defense this year. But that could just give you an indication, right? What type of defense Robbie Leonard is going to run. And so I also want to see how are we using our linebackers and safeties? Are we seeing more safeties playing in a linebacker role in the box, like a Jeremy Chin, right? And so is Nakobe Dean, is Quay Walker, are they true linebackers, and we're maybe using like a Jeremy Chin or Traden Stukes moving up in the box. Just kind of how are they using the safeties and how they're using the linebackers. And so, yeah. And then I think we'll talk about the battles, but I think those are the things that we can maybe get a decent indication as to what is this team going to look like week 1. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. We're going to get into the Canton battles here in just a second. Let's see. Troy, O-line, wide receivers, and pass rushers. You're definitely taking a look at that. Hummer in the building. You're saying I just watching, hoping I see a proper rebuild. Zero expectations. All right, big luck. I want to see Tokyo Toe clear 65-yarder. I don't know if he's built that.
Yeah, I don't know if he has that kind of leg. I don't know if he has that kind of leg.
I know. Jason, you want is Tassi cracking into the 53? That depends if he's going to stay if he's going to keep that international player spot. Because I think they could use it on him or Tokyo Toe.
Yeah.
So only one can make it.
Yeah.
So we'll see. But I do hope Lucky Tassi makes it either way. And so, okay, Jason, you just followed it up.
Yeah.
Cheeto, Tuesday morning. Oh shit, Tuesday morning. Damn. Okay. Hey, Leo, it's Tuesday. I thought it was Monday for some reason. Hey, I'm in, Leo. Then Tuesday, I'm cleared. I'm with you. We're gonna link up for that training camp. Hey, we got Gabe Davis in the building. Throwing 440 gems on Severe's channel. Shout out to that. I have no clue what that means.
I don't either, but appreciate you, brother. Much appreciated.
I think that may be the first or maybe second time we've gotten gems on this podcast. But shout out to you, big dog.
Much appreciated, man.
Raymond Silva in the building. What's going on? Appreciate you rocking, man. Cool. Yeah, Leo. Hey, I'm linking up. We're in. I'm gonna hit you up tomorrow. I think I possibly locked in a spot for our meetup on Friday. So and then we'll start sharing it out. So all right. So let's do this. Now let's talk about battles. All right, I know some people are already kind of talking about what they're looking out for, but Severe, I'm gonna throw it your way, man. What battles are you looking for? Whether it's positional battles, whether it's certain players that you think are going to battle for a starting position. What are the battles you're looking out for in chat? Let me know. Are there specific position battles you're looking out for, or do you think there's certain players that are going to be battling for a starting spot? Put in the chat. Let us know. Severe, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, obviously, man. You look at corner opposite Eric Stokes, and there's a few options there. Is it Darian Porter, the guy we drafted last year, minimal experience at the cornerback position, but has a lot of the tools, has size for the cornerback position, got some limited playing time last year, so he has a little bit more experience than the other guys at the NFL level, even though he has less time playing the corner position. Is it Hezekiah Masses, the guy who was super impressive all through mini camps and OTAs, or is it the chosen one, the signed one, Jermod McCoy? Is he healthy enough to kind of establish himself as the guy opposite of Eric Stokes? So I think that's a battle to look out for. Right now, I'm leaning Hezekiah, but that's with the health and availability of Jermod McCoy up in the air. If he's healthy, I think he's the guy. But right now, I'm leaning Hezekiah, and then I'm looking at. I don't know if this will truly be a battle or not, but I'm looking at Teron Johnson and Traydon Stukes for the nickel, right? I know, we drafted Traydon Stukes as a safety, but he played most of his snaps for the Wildcats at the nickel position. And you look at the NFL now, that hybrid safety nickel, that's like the wave of the future, whether it be Nick Emmanmori or Kyle Hamilton or Jalen Petrie, Brian Branch, Derwin James does it. A lot of these teams are doing that, and it kind of helps you have a lot of flexibility and have the ability to disguise what you're in on defense. So is Traydon, is he the guy that kind of assumes that position? We experimented a little bit with it last year with Jeremy Chin. The mixed success, but we have a guy that we kind of drafted that has actually done that. So if he actually is able to be the nickel, does that make a guy like Teron Johnson expendable? And do we go with some younger, maybe a little bit less expensive players in his stead? And then RB3, I don't know if we keep 4. So you gotta look at it. Is Dylan Laube? Is it Roman Hemby? I think those are the guys that'll be battling it out. Dylan Laube, I don't think he's not as good of a pure runner as Hemby is, but he's a great pass catcher, and he also makes contributions on special teams. Is that enough for him to win the job outright? That kind of remains to be seen. So those are the main. There's a few other position battles, but those are the main ones I'm looking at.
Yeah. Okay. So we got Jason Morrow. So he's coming. He's an adding a 3-4. Makes our defense unpredictable. I love the 3-4 defense. I was stoked when Robbie Leonard announced he's going to run a 3-4. I think you bring more speed onto the field, more versatility. You can blitz from all angles. And so I think I definitely like the 3-4 for sure. Cheeto, is Dean going to be healthy? I don't know, Severe. Is Dean going to be healthy?
I don't know, man. They've been real coy about everything with him. It's been hush hush. That I don't think they put him on any like NFI list or any pup list or anything like that. So I'm expecting him to be ready for training camp, but it remains to be seen. I hope so, because behind him is it's
rough.
Man.
It's rough. Cheeto, following it up, will best show up or just be a good story? I'm telling you, if Kelce has a bet, man, I'm on definitely one side, and it is going to be the struggling side of Jack Besh. So I think that's going to be tough. If Jack Besh doesn't find success in a Clint Kubiak system, then I don't see Jack Besh finding success.
Yeah.
Really ever. Because I will say, if Clint Kubiak was able to get kind of really the best and a good production at an aging Cooper Kupp, and now Cooper Kupp is a much better route runner than Jack Besh, and that's how Cooper Kupp kind of makes his money. He just understands how to leverage defenders. He understands really just how to maneuver within any defense that's in front of him. And Jack Besh, it's year 2, right? You got to give him a pass, just like we're really giving everybody else, because last year was just somewhat of a debacle. But if you look at the game film, it's really tough to think, is he going to be able to get consistent separation? Because it's not about getting open once or twice a game. It's about gaining the trust of the quarterback. The quarterback's going to want to be able to get the snap, get the ball, and trust that he can look up and you're there.
Exactly.
If you are hit or miss, or if he can't have that trust in you, then he's just not going to look your way. Offensive coordinators are not going to design plays that scheme you open specifically, because the trust isn't there. And so, are my hopes high for Besh? Not really, based on what we saw in the game film last year and based on what we saw coming out of college. But if someone can get the best out of him, let's hope it's Clint Kubiak. Severe, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, man. You look at the thing about Steve Smith Sr., right? The guy he's played in the NFL a long time. Did work. I think it was for NFL Network or CBS, one of those. He usually evaluates the draft every year. He's been pretty good about draft. Calling out what receivers are going to be the better ones. And the year that Cooper Kupp came out of Eastern Washington, he said Cooper Kupp may be the best receiver in that draft. And Cooper Kupp has been probably the best receiver in that draft class. The year Jack Besh was coming out of TCU, he said Jack Besh was a glorified tight end. So, you kind of see the dichotomy there, where people want to compare Jack Besh to Cooper Kupp, but people who played the position at a very high level and evaluate it for a living don't think he's that good. And then I look at Jack Besh a lot like I looked at Tyree. When I didn't like the Tyree draft pick, and people kept saying he couldn't play well because this or that. And then the year that Tyree finally had the opportunity, the runway was clear for him. Max was hurt. Kuntz was hurt, and he still couldn't produce. And I'm looking at Jack Besh saying that if you can't be a productive player in this wide receiver room with this head coach, then you're probably not going to be a productive player in the NFL. There shouldn't be you're a second round pick. There shouldn't be anybody on this roster at all at the wide receiver position. That should be in front of you. You're a second round pick. Like, you should be the guy. So if you can't establish yourself as a wide receiver now, then I don't see it happening.
No, and I think one thing to remember is confidence, especially the connection between a quarterback and a receiver. That confidence is built in practice. It's not necessarily built in the game, right? The confidence that a quarterback and an offensive coordinator builds within his offense is all established in practice. And if they can trust you in practice, it's going to bleed into the games. And it's hard. It's hard to just, if you just consistently show up for the game, okay, that's great. And you will get your reps and you'll get your targets and stuff. But man, if you cannot gain that confidence in practice, good luck. So Big Luck saying DB Battles is going to be interesting. Now I'm going to get my takes in here in just a second. I see Rosetown in here. What's going on, Big Dog? What's happening? We got Jason Marshall battle for third and fourth running back. To Severe's point, bringing up Hemby, Lobby getting his insurance sales license. Let's see. Okay, so let's do this. Hold on, we got a couple more in here. We got AO Anthony. What's going on, Big Dog? What's happening? Appreciate you rocking. Jason, you got Brandon Cleveland beating out Adam Butler. You better put that sarcasm. You better put it in capital letters. God damn it, Jason. What up, Ben? What's going on? Good seeing you, man. Hey, just a heads up, I will be live with Ben on this Friday. Ben hit me up. I'm gonna join the show. Shout out to him. We're gonna go live with those guys, man. So definitely tap in. Come check out Ben's channel, but also tap it on Friday, man. We're gonna chop it up, have a good time. I'll have my drinks ready, Ben. I already got the approval from my wife. I got my in-laws in town.
That's gonna be a good one. That's gonna be a good one.
I'm taking as much time as we need to talk about some. Rare Diz, what's going on, man? I think Benson's going to get some playing time. When we talk about battles, right, I think anytime there's question marks on who the starters are going to be, there's going to be a battle, right? Who's the number 2 corner? Darian Porter? Is DCam even going to make the team? You know, how healthy is Jermod McCoy? Is he going to come in and take a spot, right? And then I think all of us were high on Hezekiah Masses, you know, and I think getting him in the 5th round, I think was a really good quality pick. Yeah. So, you know, I think that number 2 corner position is really up for grabs. I think what really hurts Darian Porter is, as much as he is in his 2nd year, he's still very green in the position. Yeah. You got guys coming in that have played corner for years. And so they're able to process what they're seeing in front of them probably much quicker than Darian Porter is. And so I think Hezekiah Masses, again, depending how Jermod McCoy, how his health is, how that knee is kind of holding up, I think that's one battle I'm looking out for without question. Severe, I'm with you. Trayden Stukes, where is he going to fit in? I think that there's a chance you picked him number 6 overall. I'm sorry, you picked him. He's a second round draft pick, but you got a Jeremy Chin. That's a box safety. Okay, if he doesn't play there, I think Isaiah Palomau has a chance at being a little more effective, kind of like he was 2 years ago. I think the cover 3 just hurt everybody last year. And so, because it was so predictable. So does Isaiah Palomau go back to his 2024 production? And if he does, that's going to be a little bit harder for Trayden Stukes to kind of break that. And then Tron Johnson, you know, we traded for him. We brought him in. He's a veteran. So he understands how to play the role, and they saw something in him to trade for him and bring him in. So it's not just a walk in the park for Trayden Stukes to come in and just take a spot. So I'm definitely going to look for that battle. Flip to the offensive side, I think the biggest battle is the guard position, and then I definitely think wide receiver. You got to see what's going to happen. You know, we're going to talk about some surprise players to make the 53. You know, I think it's going to be such a battle at the wide receiver position. We know Jalen Ayers is going to make it. We know Jack Besh is going to make it. We know that Trey Tucker is going to make it. Deontay Thornton should make it. But nothing's guaranteed based on what he looked like last year, right? Yeah. And you drafted a guy in the 6th round that somewhat has the same attributes that Deontay Thornton has. Maybe not as tall, but has the speed to take the top off the defense. So I think that's the battle just to watch out for, because one thing we have to take a look at and pay attention to as we kind of start making the cuts, how many offensive linemen are we going to keep? Who knows? Clint Kubiak likes to run 12 personnel. 13 personnel. Are we going to keep 3 tight ends? Are we possibly going to keep 4? We're going to keep a fullback. Are we going to keep 3 running backs? Or maybe 4. I'm assuming it's going to be 3. But when you keep more guys at other positions, it's going to affect how many players you keep at others. And if we're going to run 12 personnel, 13 personnel, we might dwindle. We might dwindle the depth at the wide receiver position, which means this is going to be a massive competition. So wide receiver, I'm definitely looking at the competition there. Again, the guard position, and on the defensive side, without question, number 2 corner, as well as the safety room, and just kind of see how they're going to play it. So, we'll see. We'll see. Those are kind of the camp battles that we're taking a look at. The Silver and Black Lounge, Ben, I literally vomited in my mouth.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I was disgusted with that pick. Disgusted.
Leo knows I say it all the time. Leo says it. I'm telling you, I was sitting next to him and I looked over at Leo and I was like, 1, what the hell are we doing? And 2, I hope it was just not a feel-good story.
Yeah.
That's just the biggest thing. And Ben, you're following it up. I cried tears when we dropped the Tyree Wilson.
Yeah. Yeah, man. That's another pick. Hey. Yeah. Yeah, man. Try to tell people.
It was one of the first videos I did when I started my channel because I was so pissed off that we took Tyree Wilson. And I started my channel that same season. I was like, man, I gotta get off my chest because I was so pissed off when we took Tyree Wilson. Let's do this. I wasn't pissed off when we took him when his name was announced. I was pissed off when I started to break down his game film. When I started to watch his game film, I was like, holy shit.
Yeah.
This guy's one-dimensional.
Yeah.
And he is going to get eaten alive against NFL offensive tackles. So, yeah. Fun times.
Yeah, man. Times.
Yeah. Yeah. We need to stop reminiscing. God damn it, Rosetown, we could have Gonzalez. That's what I want.
Could have Darnell Wright. He's one of the best right tackles in the league right now.
I mean, I wanted Devin Witherspoon first, but he got.
Yeah, I wanted Devin Witherspoon too. Yeah.
Follow up was Christian Gonzalez. That's what I wanted. Damn it! All right, Jumba's in the building. Good seeing you, big dog. Hey, Jumba, you're just in time because we're playing our first game of the show. Big dog, good seeing you in the building. I hope you stick around for this one.
Just for you, Jumba.
Jumba, hey, look at this. Jumba, if Jack Besh goes for 1,500 yards this season, we will not play a single game next offseason. How about that? We will not play a single start of Benjamin Cudham next season. Just for you, Jumba.
Yeah, it was 1,500K out of Jack Besh. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be wild.
He might not have that in for his career. I say it all the time. Jack Besh finished last year with 224 receiving yards and no touchdowns. In one game versus the Seahawks, Puka Nacua had 225 yards and 2 touchdowns, I want to say. So in one game, it took him one game against the eventual Super Bowl champions for him to eclipse everything Jack Besh did for the entire season.
I'm with you. Jesus Christ, man. Cool, Kev. Hey, I will. Hey, I might bring out the Jack and Cokes. I might bring the Caribbean out. You never know for that Friday live with Ben, man. It's gonna be fun. Yeah. Hey, I got all the time in the world. It's gonna be a good one. Let's see, Jason Marshall. Let's see. You got Malik Benson's gonna be Jim. So we're gonna talk about surprise players that could potentially make this 53-man roster, but we're gonna play and have a little bit of fun. Let's see. Hold up. I got what up, Rebel in the building. What's happening, man? Jason, before we get into it, you got does Besh and Hayward change how we set our roster at tight end? Severe, what's your thoughts on that?
I don't know if they're going to commit to Jack Besh at tight end. And Hayward, I mean, technically he's kind of like an H-back. You know, I can see what you mean there, where I want to say he came into the league as a tight end and they converted him to fullback. So if we didn't want to carry an extra tight end, we can conceivably have Hayward play some tight end. in some packages, and he wouldn't be too out of place doing that because he did it in the past. But if the Raiders were willing to commit to Jack Bech full time at tight end, I mean, I could see that. I can see that working. Him being kind of small tight end, a little bit of a weapon, being kind of like an Isaiah Likely kind of guy. You know, he doesn't move like Isaiah Likely, but just
I don't think Carter Runyon's very heavy.
No, yeah, or Carter Runyon. I like Carter Runyon. I want Carter Runyon to make it over Ian Thomas, but you know, obviously we need a guy that's the kind of whose main job is to block, I guess. But in the NFL now, and McVay talked about it before, like personnel, you don't want your play calls to be given up by your personnel packages or who you have on the field. So if they see Ian Thomas, you know, maybe it's a situation where they assume it's a run. But you do need a guy that kind of fulfills that role. So it's a little bit of a double-edged sword. But I prefer Carter Runyon on this team over Ian Thomas. But if they were to convert Jack Bech to tight end, I can see that working. I can see that working. He did it for LSU, and you know he had his best season until he went to TCU and moved to wide receiver.
The only thing that I actually did not realize and I forgot about, but when I just looked up what Jack Bech kind of weighed in at, kind of where he's at, he's only about 214, 215.
Oh yeah,
he definitely have to put on some weight, but also he's only checked in at 6'1".
Oh, he's small. He can't play. He can't play tight end.
And that's also tough because there were reports in the offseason that he's actually been putting on some weight. How much weight are you putting on? Because if you're putting on like 10 pounds, 10 pounds is a lot of weight. And if you already aren't the fastest guy out there, and you're not the best technical route runner, that's going to hurt you.
That's what I was telling people. Like you're already struggling to separate, and your solution to that was to put on more weight. Yeah, see, even Harold Fannin Jr., who's like kind of an undersized guy, he's still 6'4", 241. So yeah, man, he's
at tight end, it's like an Isaiah Likely. It's like those guys, right? If you have the height, there's a good chance that you have the arm length, and the arm length is going to help you with even trying to kind of blocking off the edge, right? Getting to those defensive ends, even kind of reaching some of the outside linebackers, and even like box safeties. With Jack Bech at only 6'1", maybe 6'2", depending on what reports you look at, whatever, it just doesn't seem like he'd be able to sit down at a tight end.
He can do it. Not at the NFL level.
So I think that's another thing to really look out for in training camp as well as preseason is how are we trying to use Jack Bech? So I think that's definitely going to be something to look out for. What up, David, in the building? What's going on? Neither receiver taken last seemed to be worth a pick. Would be really surprised if Thornton makes it even the practice squad. He can't catch. Jason, Bech's going to be first team all pro. Hey, rock with the confidence. Rock with the confidence. We got Wardlow in the building. What's going on, man? Jason, shit, I gained 10 pounds watching this show. It's the M&M topic.
Exactly. All M&M. All M&Ms. It was the protein from the peanut M&Ms.
Exactly. All right. Now that Coach got out of here, now that Jamba's out of here, we're going to have a little bit of fun. All right. We only have fun when Jamba gets the hell out of here. So, all right. No start him, bench him, cut him today, but we're going to have a little bit of fun. We'll do something a little bit different, or just one of the games that we like to play. This is just a versus one. And the last two have nothing to do with football. We're going to have a little bit of fun with it. All right. So, let me do this, set it up. Bang. All right. It's versus. So all you got to do is just choose one. Choose one. Again, have a little bit of fun. Break things up in the off season. We stop all the little games once preseason starts. So we got a lot to talk about. Even though we got a lot to talk about, because right after this, we're going to talk about the surprise player that could make the 53. But they're also going to talk about our good old shiny object, Fernando Mendoza, not signing his goddamn contract yet. And we start training camp tomorrow. So we'll talk about those two topics when we get back in it. So, but Dante, what's going on, big dog? Guys, if you guys want a ton of just overall NFL content, go hit up Dante, man. Shout out to him. Seen him at the draft, hanging out with this guy down here, Jeff as well. Shout out to you, Dante. Appreciate you popping in. So let's have some fun. All right, you just got to choose one. Choose one. It's versus. Let's have a little bit of fun. First and foremost, let's pop it up. Let's start with the big boys in the building. Vince Wilfork versus Tony Saragusa. Who are you going with? Who are you picking? Chat, let me know if you want to get included. Hit that sub button. Vince Wilfork versus Tony Saragusa. Who are you picking?
Oh, that's a good one. That is a good one. But I gotta go with Vince Wilfork. You gotta go Vince Wilfork, man. Not only for on the field and what he did as a player, but I will never forgive Saragusa for the belly flop. I would never forgive him for the belly flop. You know, it was egregious.
Egregious.
So if forever and always Vince Wilfork, he goes a dog. You know, he went to the U too, right? Yeah, he's a Miami U guy. I want to say.
Yeah, is he?
I believe he went to the U too.
Because I know Saragusa is, right?
Goose went to the U. I didn't know that. I know for sure.
No, I know. No, I saw the reunion when he was with the Ravens. My bad. Maybe he didn't go. No. So, but I think that's it. I'm going Wilfork as well. Looks like everybody's kind of on the same page. Jason Marshall Wilfork. Jeff, as long as he's not cheating, is going Wilfork. We got Saragusa. Saragusa is saying
he's an F Saragusa.
Okay, I got you. I'm trying to read it right. Cool Kev with Vince. Yeah, Jason's got the Wilfork. Let's see. Troy Wilfork. Goose, he did have Ray. He did, but certified in the build. What's going on, man? Saragusa went to pick. Appreciate it. Yeah, sorry. I was thinking the reunion that he had with the Ravens. Dante is going with Vince's impact was beyond the stats. It was. And if you've ever seen, again, just like you're saying, Severe, off the field, you see Vince Wilfork play some basketball.
Oh, yeah.
He's just an athlete.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
If Vince Wilfork was like 240, he probably would have killed people. So, all right. What up, Houston in the building? Saragusa can either Richard. All right, here we go. Here it is. Next one. Lamar versus Josh Allen. Who are you guys picking? Lamar versus Josh Allen. I'll go first this time. I think for me, I got to go Lamar. I'm gonna go Lamar over Josh Allen. I think his body of work kind of shows exactly what he can do on the football field. You know, if you were to take one quarterback to completely build around, if you build it right, I think obviously with both these quarterbacks, sky's the limit. But Lamar Jackson is just different.
Yeah.
I mean, the lack of weapons that he had, not saying that Josh Allen has had a lot of weapons, don't get me wrong, but Lamar Jackson, man, he's nasty. So I think between the two, and again, I put it up here because it's a tough one, at least I think I'm going Lamar Jackson. I'm gonna get a couple in the Severe. I'll get yours. Jason, you got Josh Allen. Jeff, you got Allen. Jason Marshall, you're 50-50. Jason Marshall, you got to pick one. You got to pick one. Cool Kev, Josh, the better passer. I still think Lamar is a passer. Like,
yeah,
I think he's a little. I think he's a little underrated because he just doesn't have like those prototypical receivers that he's just kind of, picking apart, right? With that one receiver, like a Jamar Chase or what have you. Like, he can still make every throw on the football field.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I think he's more like, I think he's a little bit of an underrated passer.
Yeah, I agree. And that's what NFL scouts are saying too. I mean, I think it's pretty easy. It's Lamar Jackson. I mean, Lamar has 2 NFL MVPs. Josh Allen has 1, and the one Josh Allen won should have went to Lamar Jackson. So I mean, I think Lamar Jackson had better stats. I want to say his team won more games that year as well. So it's Lamar. I mean, he's just an incredible dynamic player. Incredible leader as well. You hear about the kind of guy he is in the locker room. You hear about his interactions with fans on and off the field, or people on and off the field. You hear about the time we ran into the camera guy and he went to check on him. You hear about all this stuff about him, man. Just a great human being. In a pretty tough, and he's been in a pretty tough division for most of his career as well, being up there in AFC North. So, I mean, and he's a guy that got drafted late in the first round. A lot of people didn't have a lot of faith in the kind of player he could turn into or would turn into. At one point, people were speculating that he would get traded, and then I want to say that very same season he went out there and won the MVP again, after having already won an MVP. So his only issue is that he hasn't gone over the hump in the playoffs. But guess what? Josh Allen hasn't either. So like when you separate the guys and look at people talk about what have they done or their accomplishments, you look at what Lamar Jackson has done. I think he's done more on the field with, greater expectations. And I think people hold those expectations against Lamar Jackson in a way that they don't hold it against Josh Allen.
And one can argue, again, there's no right or wrong answer. There's no right or wrong answer at all. Jeff, you got Josh can run. He's bigger, and he's a bigger dude than Lamar Jackson. He is. Jason Marshall, who has a better chance at winning the Super Bowl now, Jackson or Allen. We'll talk about that. I just think you can't throw out there that Lamar Jackson, man, if it wasn't for Mark Andrews dropping that football, we're moving on.
Or Zay Flowers getting that penalty, like throwing the football down and getting a penalty, and then fumbling in the red zone or crossing the goal line. Rather, like that's like they were going to the Super Bowl that year.
But then you got on the flip side, you got Josh Allen that he played against the Broncos last year, and a lot of people think that Josh Allen kind of lost that game for the Broncos with him fumbling and all that stuff. So again, no right or wrong answer, but at the end of the day, like I'd go Lamar. It looks like Severe would go Lamar as well. Let's see. We need more Raider podcasters. This season is going to make Raiders history. We'll see. Hopefully, man. We have been in a slump for a long time. I'll take history in the right way anytime. Jax Raider, what's going on, big dog? Okay. Remember, no right or wrong answer. Just have a little bit of fun. Next one.
Ooh.
Rodney Harrison versus John Lynch. Rodney Harrison versus John Lynch.
Man,
Who are y'all taking?
This might be the toughest one yet.
Who are y'all taking? Let me know in the chat. Severe, I'm gonna get myself a refill while you this one over and think about it. But we got Jason Marshall. He's already in. Jason Marshall. He typed quick. He said John.
Yeah. Man,
so
this is tough.
John Lynch, I think, was just so known for obviously a damn good safety, Hall of Famer.
A dog. He was a dog.
But like Rodney Harrison, I think he could probably be one of the more underrated
Agreed.
top end safeties the NFL's ever seen.
Agreed.
And I don't know why, like you got like the Troy Polamalu's, you know what I'm saying? Maybe just because they were just more impactful on TV, but Rodney Harrison was a bad man.
Yeah,
across the board.
A bad man. It wasn't super flashy. Maybe that's part of it. Like Troy Polamalu had the hair and he made the crazy plays up in line of scrimmage. Obviously, Ed Reed was picking off Ed Reed was picking off everything under the sun, taking it back to the house. So you think about we know what Sean Taylor was, freak. Brian Dawkins was Weapon X. So but Rodney Harrison is probably right there with those guys, and I'm probably going to lean Rodney Harrison for this reason, and it could have been just lip service being paid to him, but not Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, he was doing it. He was doing a sit down talk with Rodney Harrison, and he just talked about how much playing against Rodney Harrison every day in practice made him a better player. How smart Rodney Harrison was, and he was always in the right spot, and always just made practice and getting through practice like hell because he had to compete against that guy. And guys, everybody gives John Lynch his respect too, but guys like Peyton Manning and Tom Brady, they've both given Rodney Harris his flowers for what he was as a safety. So that's why I'm kind of giving him the edge. But I hate both those guys. I probably hate Rodney Harrison more because he played for the Chargers too. He played for the Chargers and the Patriots.
Just club. Look at this. Not choosing. Hate both of them. Damn it.
Yeah, Rodney played for the Chargers and the Patriots. Like two teams I dislike. I hate the Patriots more, but two teams I dislike with the passion. But yeah, I gotta go Rodney Harrison.
Jason, you got Rodney Harris. You got Rodney, but by a nose hair, Rodney elevated his team better. Silver Stun in the building.
Lynch was so cold, man. Lynch was so cold.
You're going back to the last one. Allen will have a better career and better today. In prime, I would take Lamar. So just so you guys know, all this is in everybody's prime. So,
but they were drafted the same year. Lamar is actually younger than Josh Allen. Lamar is only 29 years old. People.
He's 29.
He's 29. Yeah. Bro, he's 29.
That's wild. Cool, Kev. Rodney was a beast in San Diego. He was beast to San Diego and Patriots, man. He's a bad man. All right, Jeff. I appreciate you playing along. You're only taking Lynch because Rodney Harrison is in a Patriots jersey.
That is true.
I get it.
That is true. I'm not mad at that.
Troy Gill, you got Rodney Harrison. Okay.
Yeah,
I do think I'm going Rodney Harrison again, but it's difficult, right? Lynch was a bad man, cold as all hell, man. But I think, I just lean Rodney Harrison. And I really can't give you the exact reason why. I just lean Rodney Harrison. So all right, here we go. Next one. Do me a favor, guys. Double tap the screen, hit the like button, hit the sub button. If you guys don't know, we hit you guys on Wednesdays and Sundays. Sundays will start back up, and we break down game film during the season. We enjoy doing it. We try to just showcase what we see during the week and stuff like that. And so definitely tap in, but just Wednesdays until the preseason starts. But I'm 805 Raider. We're talking Raider Nation. Got the Severe Raider over there. After this, go check out our guy, 1/3 of the Raider War Room, Chris, Particular Show Podcast. He's going to come back with us most likely when
one day.
When preseason starts. But shout out to him. And we're all going to be at the home opener. Hit us up if you're going to be around. All right, next one. Here we go. Marquise Colston or Vincent Jackson?
Ooh.
Marquise Colston or Vincent Jackson? Which one would you guys choose? I'll go first this time. And when looking at, I think Vincent Jackson was, obviously we're Raider fans, so we're Charger haters for the most part. But it was tough, man. Vincent Jackson was just I think in my opinion, very underrated.
He was.
Just massive receiver, trusted target. I think what's tough is Marquise Colston, man. He was Drew Brees' number one.
Yeah.
And I don't know if Marquise Colston just looked that much better because he had Drew Brees thrown to him. I know Vincent Jackson had Phillip Rivers.
Yeah.
But I think for myself, and I know it's hard being a Raider fan, but I think I'm going Vincent Jackson. I think I'm going Vincent Jackson because watching him play, he was just a mismatch to any corner that rolled up with him. And so I'm going Vincent Jackson. This is fair. I'm going to throw it to you in just a second. Houston's got Jackson. Okay. Jeff, you got Jackson. Jeff. Colston won me a fantasy football championship. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Severe. All right. What's your thoughts? Who are you going with?
Yeah, I want to say they're both either late round guys. I want to say Marcus Colston was a 6th rounder out of Hofstra, if I'm correct or not. And I believe Vincent Jackson was undrafted, if I recall correctly, out of Colorado State or Colorado, so one of those two. Athletic ability and just physical talent, it will be Vincent Jackson. He's the better athlete. But if I'm going what they did between them white lines, I'm going Marcus Colston. I'm going Marcus Colston. Marcus Colston, he was a bad man. I remember that team. It was him, Drew Brees, and who was the running back? I want to say not Deuce Staley. What was the running back's name? What's the guy's name? Dang, light skinned guy. I forget his name. The running back, man. He was a bad man too. I can't remember his name now. Somebody's gonna type it now. It's gonna come to me. But that was like a cool little trio. That was like they had a deadly little trio right there. And I want to say they had Jimmy Graham too. So like they were cooking. They were cooking over there.
Light skin running back.
What's that guy's name, man? Damn. I can see his face. Deuce McAllister. There you go. It was Deuce something. Deuce McAllister.
Yeah, Deuce McAllister. Yeah,
I want to say Deuce Staley, but Deuce McAllister.
Yeah. Oh. Shout out to him. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I loved watching that team. I just love watching that team. Marcus Colston was a dog. Rocking that 12, like I said, small school guy, Hofstra. Like, might be the only NFL player to ever make it out of Hofstra.
Yeah, man. Cool, Kev. He's got Colston. Mike in the building. 6 1,000-yard seasons from Colston as a seventh
rounder. There you go.
That's nasty. That is nasty. That's nasty. Maybe I just watched too much Vincent Jackson tearing us up. So
Vincent Jackson want to say he was hurt all the time. If I recall correctly, I want to say he got hurt like all the time.
Did he?
I want to say he was hurt a lot. Yeah, I believe he was hurt. Like,
I mean, maybe. I just know what's his face. The other guy got hurt all the time. It was almost like he was Vincent Jackson's replacement. Another like tall, lengthy receiver, possession receiver.
The guy we got?
No, that the Chargers got.
That
was pissed off because every time he was healthy, he actually did work, but then he just get hurt, and I'm like, obviously celebrating it. Damn, who the hell was it? Another big, tall, like possession receiver type. Mike Williams.
Okay.
Was it Mike Williams? I think so.
Mike Williams, they that's the one they just drafted out of Clemson. It's him? He is hurt a lot. He is hurt a lot.
God,
Malcolm Floyd?
I think it was Malcolm Floyd.
Malcolm Floyd, he was nice too. He did get hurt a lot though. Malcolm Floyd will make the most incredible catch you've ever seen in your life, and then he dropped the ball right afterwards.
Right. I don't know. Jason, he said, wasn't Jackson the one who spiked the ball in the spike rule game?
Oh, was he? Oh, was he? He might have been.
Cool Kev's confirming. So yeah, he gets dinged up every season. Okay. All right.
Okay, yeah. I want to say
okay. All right. Moving on. Again, after this, we're going to talk about one or two surprise players that might make the 53. And then we're going to talk about, because again, I think everybody's kind of looking at the clock, looking at their phones on any type of update. As Fernando Mendoza signed his goddamn contract. We're going to talk about it. Okay. Here we go. Next one. And I think it is. Okay, I think I'm throwing you guys for a loop a little bit. Has nothing football related, nothing.
Peanut M&Ms versus plain. Peanut.
We have plain M&Ms versus peanut M&Ms.
It's not even close. This is us versus Denver with Darren McFadden.
Eat a handful or separate colors, according to Jeff. All right. If you know, you know. If you came in early. Here we go. This one's just interesting. I'm just curious. Some people like to fight about it. Me and my wife will fight about it. Are you an iPhone person or are you an Android person? Because some people will get a little bit personal with this. So I'm an iPhone guy. My wife, she loves her Samsung.
Yeah.
So are you an Android or are you an iPhone person? Chill Ray. I think Chill Ray, like, he already had it geared up.
Yeah.
Quick. He's an Android. Bro. Okay.
The problem with Android is that there are too many. So there are too many. So people want to they want to compare the lowest tier Android you can get and compare it to like an iPhone. It's like, come on, bro. But if you get like a top tier Android, it's destroying iPhone. It's a massacre. Not even close. What you can do with the phone, the amount of freedom you can have, the apps you can do, all the emulators I can get. I can do so much on my Android without having to worry about iOS and all the restrictions that Apple puts on you. Like the quality is better. It's just way better. It's just Android. I mean, iPhone is just popular because it's so ubiquitous, and it was like, kind of one of the first of its kind. But that's why Miss 805. That's why she's the missus. That's why she's the missus. She's the brains. And she knows what's going on. She knows what's going on.
She keeps telling me I have problems because I keep having my iPhone, and I get it now because apparently we got Chore. He came in quick. Jeff, he's putting exclamation marks after it. He's Android.
Yes,
Daniel's Android all day.
Yeah, if you're a tech person, that like, people that are actually like tech people that like technology, they always say Android.
I actually 100% agree because a guy that I coached football with in Texas, he was also an IT guy, and he was like, I'm Android all day. I'll never touch an iPhone. I'm Android all day, and he was a tech guy, and so makes sense. Houston, he said, I'm never spending
$1 million
on an iPhone, Android. Okay. Jason, I'm all messed up. I have Android phone and I'm Mac computer. How does that happen?
Yeah, I was the same way when I was doing music. I had to have a Mac computer because of software.
Daniel's like, you can customize. I think you're thinking about Android. I'm with you because again, I'm an iPhone guy. I would get a couple more in. Show Android, you can side load API. Okay, you're getting technical.
Yeah, lucky. Yeah,
you getting like my wife talk.
Basically, just there's so many places you can download applications to for your Android that you aren't able to do with iPhone unless you jailbreak your iPhone. Then you can do some more stuff, but outside of that, it's really restrictive.
Yeah, Silver Star, that is a good point. I use iOS, just don't have to worry about viruses and spyware. Okay, that's good. I heard that's a good point. I'm an iPhone user, so Jeff, shit, I had Blackberries back then. Oh man, Blackberries. Remember the Blackberries?
I remember.
How it was when they had the full keyboard, like for the first time.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
I had a Blackberry for a little while.
That was wild. Jason, Samsung, way better cameras. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, depending on which one you get. If you get Galaxy, my Galaxy is killer.
So the only reason why I'm an iPhone guy, and I just attempt to battle my wife just to pick a fight, is I just like the simplicity. That's it.
Yeah,
I don't need all the bells and whistles. Plus, like my work phone's an iPhone, but then I have my own personal, which is an iPhone, so I can kind of just mimic the same thing. So it's just the convenience. But I just don't need all the bells and whistles. I'm cool with the basic camera. Like I don't need the crazy widgets and all that crap that you can get into. I get it, but the biggest like battle my wife gets at me with is she goes, well, my camera's better than yours. I'm like, I don't care. Like I know it is, but my camera's fine, and so don't get me wrong, the Samsung cameras and stuff, she always has to get the newest Samsung. I think she's got like the Samsung like Galaxy 23 or something, or
I gotta be, because I think I have a 26 Ultra, so it's probably 27.
No, she got the 26. I think she has
the 26. Okay.
She's always got to get the new camera and all that stuff. So yeah, whatever. God damn it. But all right, cool. That was a good one. See, anytime I bring that up, there's definitely people that kind of want to get in on it. So cool. All right.
Does your daughter have the Pixel, Jason? Is it the Pixel? I heard it. I've never used it, but I heard they were crazy. I heard they were really good phones, the Pixel.
Yeah, are they good? Because they're actually a good price too.
Yeah, they're pretty expensive.
Of course, my wife always has to get the most expensive Samsung on the goddamn market. But yeah, the Pixel. Okay, Jason's saying that she's got the Pixel. Okay,
yeah, it's a good phone from what I hear.
And I'm bad though, because before we get to the next one, I got one more for y'all. I got 3 kids. I got a wife with 3 kids, and so they always have to upgrade their phones, right? And so like I think I still have the iPhone 14. I think I got iPhone 14. Prior to that, the last time I upgraded, I had like the iPhone 8, iPhone 7, iPhone 8, or something like that. Like I just need, as long as I can connect a phone call and get a text message and at least my camera's okay, I'm fine. I'm good. You know what I'm saying? And I can track my football, fantasy football, Raider football. I'm cool.
Yeah.
And track Facebook Marketplace, and my daughters tell me I'm old. So whatever. So good times. Damn it. All right. Let's get to the next one. Apple versus Android. Looks like Android won. I'll give it to Android. God damn it. Here's the next one. And this is really only for the basketball fans, and I had to do it. I wanted to do it. This is only for the basketball fans. So if you don't follow basketball, that's okay. But it's some legends that are going to be in this one. You got to pick your team. Would you pick LeBron and Kobe? Or would you pick Michael Jordan and Kevin Durant?
Oh, it's easy.
Who's your team?
Easy.
Is it
Easy. Easy.
Easy.
I'm going. Yeah, I'm going. Well, I say easy. I want to say easy.
Okay. Well, how about this? Let me do mine first.
Go ahead. I'll let you go first.
Let me do mine first. I want to know what the chat has to say. If you guys follow basketball, you know what I'm saying? I think I'm going LeBron and Kobe. I'm going LeBron and Kobe. That's mine. We might get into a little bit of conversation on this only because I'm actually a really big LeBron fan. And there's a little bit of backstory with that. And and I'm not just picking LeBron and Kobe just because I like LeBron. But yeah, I don't know. I think LeBron can do a decent job, D up a little bit of Kevin Durant, all 120 pounds of him. I think you D him up a little bit, even though Kevin Durant, I think, could have been one of the most lethal weapons that the NBA has ever seen, to be honest. I just don't know why it just haven't kind of has come to that or come to fruition. I think he just kind of gets into his own head a little bit. But then you got Kobe that has to be in the conversation as one of the best to ever play without question. So you put those two on there. And I look Kobe and Mike offensively is very, very similar. I'm taking LeBron and Kobe. But I'll only share this very quick story. The only reason why I'm a massive LeBron fan is because growing up in SoCal, all my buddies, all my best friends were diehard Laker fans. And I was never really a big basketball fan. I played basketball growing up a little bit, a couple years, or organized basketball. But I was mainly a bunch of other sports. And when I saw LeBron play for the first time at St. Mary's as a senior, and I knew that he was going to get drafted in the NBA as an 18-year-old, I was like, oh, shit, let me watch the kid, right? And so I started following the kid. I watched him when he played his first game against the Sacramento Kings in the NBA. I was like, oh, shit, this kid could be right. And then I started seeing just how the Cavs organization was just screwing him over with trying to build around him and bring in talent and stuff like that. And then now I got all my buddies that are Kobe fans. And so now I'm like, oh, we're going to battle. Yeah. LeBron's going to get you. And from that day forward, I was a LeBron fan and I was just rooting for him. When he went to Miami, I was rooting for him. With all my boys from back home, all basketball fans, when LeBron finally won his first championship, I was by myself. All of them were at the bar rooting against LeBron. I said, screw y'all. You go to the bar. I'm chilling in my garage by myself. When LeBron was going to win his first championship, I had shots lined up for myself, and I took them by myself. One for each of my boys that were in the bar watching LeBron about to win his first NBA championship. So it was a little bit of battle between my buddies, my best friends. And from that day forward, I was just a LeBron fan. Love that he won in Miami. Love that he went back to Cleveland and won it. So there's my story. I'm going with LeBron. Kobe, Severe, I'm going to throw it to you in just a second. Let me get some of these guys in. Chill Ray, you got Kobe. Stop. Damn it. I got to read it first. You're cheating, Chill Ray. You're acting like Jeff. All right. Let's see. All right.
I think he claimed it. I think he fixed it. I think he said Brian and Kobe, I think.
Jason, all right, you got Mike and KD. Okay. Again, no wrong or right answer. Definitely got MJ and Durant. All right. Houston, LeBron and Kobe. Let's see. Silver Stunner, easy. Jordan Durant. All right, Jason, Jordan Durant. Okay, let's see, Chore. If not, I'm going Bron and Kobe. Okay, yeah, you corrected. I appreciate you. Cole Kev just throwing jokes out there. Okay, he got some plugs in. Don't mind him. Let's see, Red Paul, Jordan the greatest. Okay, you just throwing claims out there. God damn it. Let's see. Okay, all right. Severe, where you going? What you got?
Yeah, I'm going Brian and Kobe, man. I'm going Brian and Kobe. Neither Jordan or Durant can guard either one of those guys. But neither one of them could really guard LeBron. LeBron is just going to out physical him. He's more athletic than both of them. He's bigger, stronger than both of them. He's a fantastic passer. Like him and Kobe working a pick and roll, throwing lobs. It gets nasty. It's going to get nasty. Neither Jordan, Kobe's a fantastic passer, fantastic post player. LeBron's a fantastic passer, fantastic post player. It'll get nasty. It'll get wicked. And we saw what Kobe did to MJ when he came back to the league. He put a 30, 40 on him in the first half. They had to sub him out to spare him the embarrassment. And that was Jordan at like 37. LeBron is 41. Still making like all NBA teams. Like it's not even a comparison, man. It's not even. LeBron came into the league at 18, and I think he's averaged 20 every year in the league. It came in at straight out of high school. Came in dominating. I think his first game he had like 25, 8, and 7 or something wicked like that. Like, dude is a freak. People hate on LeBron for two reasons. Either they're Jordan defenders, and he's like the closest thing to Jordan, or he's the closest threat that Jordan had that doesn't play like Jordan. It didn't have fealty for Jordan. Like Kobe was probably that same kind of guy, but Kobe always paid his respects to Jordan. Like, Jordan's my favorite player. I molded my game after him. So they can always kind of sun Kobe and say, oh, you're just a Jordan copy. Can't do that with LeBron. So let's say since there's a threat to him, then they don't like him. And then you were probably, or either that, or you're a Kobe fan, and it was like Kobe and LeBron were the two best players in the league at the time. So it was always that rivalry. But I always have respect for both of them. But yeah, man, it's not even close. Like Kobe and LeBron, they run roughshod over those dudes.
Don't get me wrong. Like there is, like I even, as much as I am a massive LeBron fan, and again because of the story I just told, I still have my own issues. Like I can't. I do not like the flopping. I don't like the flopping from LeBron. Yeah. I really don't. It gets frustrating at times. When he gets hit, tries to complain to the refs, and then the ball's going the other side. Man, get your ass to the other side. So I get my frustrations too. Now, the other argument that people have against LeBron is the fact that he's gone from team to team to team. You go try to play in Cleveland. And trust Cleveland is going to build around you properly. Like they gave him Ilgauskas.
Like Ilgauskas.
Like
his head coach was David Blatt. Where is David Blatt right now, guys? Where is David Blatt? Is David Blatt anywhere in the NBA right now doing anything? Like Jordan was fortunate because, and this is what people don't realize about Jordan, and I have to tell them this, and they're like, really? So the year that Jordan went to play baseball, right? He it's not like it was a thing where he like the Bulls knew all summer he was going to be leaving, so they were prepared for Jordan to leave. Jordan left like 2 weeks before the season. He left so late in the process, they didn't even have time to fill or to use a salary cap that they had left from him leaving. So it was a last minute situation. And know what the Bulls did? I want to say Scottie ended up being like third or fourth in MVP voting that year. They still won like 53 games, and they went to the second round of the playoffs. Like they lose the quote unquote the best player of all time. They win 53 games without even being able to replace him with salary. Look at every team that LeBron has left. Look at them the next year.
Crumbled. So I'm with you. You know what I'm saying? And so, look, trust me, there are things that you can obviously, look at LeBron and be like, well, this and that or what have you. But again, I always fall back to sometimes players are just lucky enough to go to organizations that set the foundation and groundwork for them day in and day out. Where LeBron, like, You're not going to do that in Cleveland. LeBron left. Has Cleveland won a championship? Obviously, they got close recently, but outside of that, I mean, Cleveland's history is Cleveland's history. So, all right. That was a good one. Just want to throw.
Raider Paul is taking Ginobili over all of those guys. I want you guys to know that.
Hey, Ginobili's a bad man, but I don't know if on the screen we need to put that up there. All right, so, but I like Ginobili. Don't get me wrong. Ginobili is definitely a bad man.
He's good. He's a good player. He's a good player. I like Ginobili.
Ginobili's respectable without question. Okay. All right. Hope you guys had a good time with that one. All right. I wanted to throw that out there. Hey, I think the iPhone versus Android was a good one, and got a couple people riled up with especially Raider Paul over there. Next topic. Do me a big favor, guys. Double tap the screen, hit the like button, the sub button. Again, we play a little game, have a little fun in the in the off season. But you got myself, a Made of 5 Raider, Real Talk Raider Nation, the Severe Raider on this side. Make sure afterwards, go hit up our guy, Chris, Protect Show Podcast. Show him some love as well, man. He's going to be back with us very shortly. We're going to fly to Columbus to go get him. That's what we want to do. But we're also going to be there week 1. So hit us up. We're going to be there week 1. And shit, I think I'm not. I'll be there. Severe will be there. We'll be there in SoFi as well. Yeah. I think the plan is not to go in the game in SoFi. We're going to find a local spot nearby and just go chill out and watch the game. So if you're going to be in SoFi, hit us up. We'll have a little bit of fun.
You guys want to go inside that sauna? That's on you guys.
Bro, that swamp cooler, good luck. And Jeff is going to be out there in SoFi too. Shout out to Jeff. All right, let's get to the next one. Surprise player that could make the 53-man roster. Could be 1, could be 2. Chat, let us know. Is there a surprise player that you think has a good chance at making this 53-man roster? Severe man, I'm going to throw it to you. Anybody, 1 or 2 players that has a chance.
Surprise player. Okay. I'll go with I got 3 surprise that could potentially do it. 3 guys, right? EJ Williams. We all know he's a receiver, played at Indiana. He kind of fills a role that we really don't have on this team. He's a big guy. He's a 50-50 ball guy. He can kind of make the contested catches. We really don't have anybody else on the team that can really do that outside of Brock, who's a tight end. And Michael Mayer can do it a little bit as well. So he feels a need there. And he also obviously has some familiarity with Fernando Mendoza from his days at Indiana. So I could see him sneaking on to the roster. Is it likely? No, but I can see him if they wanted a guy that can do something like that. Carter Runyon, I already said before, man. I want Carter Runyon over Ian Thomas. I do not want Ian Thomas on this team. I do not think Ian Thomas deserves to be on this team. I think he likely will be on the team, but Carter Runyon is a guy.
Because it depends on how we use Hayward.
Yeah.
Because depending on how we use Hayward, Ian Thomas could be, even though we actually brought him back, right? He was a free agent. We actually brought him back. But how we use Hayward might determine whether or not we want to keep an extra true run blocking type of tight end like Ian Thomas is and go more towards and I've said this for a while, and I'll say it real quick and I'm going to throw it back to you, is if a key player goes down, you need someone that could replicate similar to what they could do. And if Brock Bowers goes down, God forbid, knock on wood, Carter Runyon can come in and still play that same type of role.
Yeah.
And so you can keep Connor Hayward on there to be more of that run blocking, type of tight end / fullback. And then Carter Runyon can always be on that roster just in case Brock Bowers goes down. So it could happen. Go for it. My bad.
Yeah. Nah, man. I hope. And then the last one I'm gonna go with is Xavier Sori, undrafted rookie linebacker out of Arkansas. been watching him. Like the kid, he's undersized. He's undersized for the position, but the guy, I think he can play on special teams, and I think he can add some depth at linebacker. He was asked to do a lot for Arkansas, so I think he's a guy that could sneak onto this roster, especially with us having a serious lack of depth at that position. Seeing Sloan, I thought about seeing Sloan too. He was on the radar, but there's one more. But I'm pretty sure you're going to say him, so I'm gonna let you have him because there's one more guy. I'm gonna see if you say him. If you don't say him, then we'll throw him in there at the
end. Okay. So maybe I'll start with the guy that I think you might be thinking of. And is that guy possibly Roman Hemby?
No, it's not Roman.
Okay. So I got on my side, Chore, seeing Sloan. You got him, undrafted guy. Jason Hemby, Kolkev, Laki Tassi. Again, it just depends on who gets that international program player, pathway program spot. So we'll see. But man, I think there's a world where Laki Tassi suits up on Sundays. I really do for our team. So
man, same here.
Houston, I think we're sleeping on Jackson, but he's no rookie. Talking about that in just a quick second. Let's see. Cool, Kev. Throwing jokes out there. I like your style. No, so okay. So if we look at the defensive side, I do like seeing Sloan to possibly make this roster. I'm not mad at your guy at the linebacker position because again, I'm with you, right? Some of the ways that you have to look at when these undrafted guys or these guys are on the bubble, how do they make the roster? They make it because the starting positions are a little shaky or the depth is just questionable, right? And so I think the linebacker position is questionable. That's kind of where I seeing Sloan in this 3-4 defense, where can he play more of an outside linebacker? But if you're going to just squeak a roster spot, you got to be able to play special teams. And your Severe, your guy can play special teams without question. I think seeing Sloan can play special teams as well. So I think there's a chance on the defense side they can make it. This might be for me. Again, I do think Roman Hemby has a chance because I think he can maybe play a more short yardage type of running back. But the guy that I think possibly maybe can squeak onto this damn roster, I want to see Cedric Jackson. I really do.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not mad at that.
I just he just provides a different element to this receiver room that if Clint Kubiak wants to find, because he had Rashid Shaheed. Obviously Trey Tucker will most likely be that guy or maybe play that role. But Cedric Jackson, that's 6 foot 6'1", 4.3 speed. Can Clint Kubiak get a little bit out of him and find a role for him on this team that could just be another dimension? Just obviously Trey Tucker is going to be able to stretch the field, but could Cedric Jackson also find himself a spot? It's a long shot. That's why I think it'd be a surprise.
Yeah.
But could he find a role, man? Severe, what's your thoughts on Cedric Jackson possibly find a role on this 53?
Yeah, man. Cedric Jackson, I like him. I like him a lot. Talk about explosive players. That guy, we've seen what he can do. His ability to just threaten the defense deep down the field. We saw a little bit of his route running in preseason, right? His ability to kind of set up defenders, use his stem to set a guy up, and then beat him on the break of his route. But I want to say we saw it on his touchdown catch. It was a really nice route he had there. So he does add a little bit of a different element, but I just look at the guys we have in just like Naylor, Trey Tucker, Derek Young, Malik Benson, Dante Thornton, who was a draft pick. I think it's an uphill battle. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he made it. But I think it's going to be an uphill battle for him.
And again, it's all about the offense that we're running, right? It's not like we're running this like spread offense. We're going to have, 4 to 5 receivers on the field at all times. We're going to have probably more tight ends than most teams, or at least the majority of teams, because Kubiak likes to run the 12 personnel, the 13 personnel. So that potentially just knocks off a receiver spot. So will Cedric Jackson just not make it because we want to keep on another tight end? And Connor Hayward, we're going to keep a fullback on this roster. So that's most likely going to knock off our receiver spot. And so it is an uphill battle without question. But I think we started saying it last year. Cedric Jackson, man, it looks like this kid can at least do something as a third, maybe fourth option as a depth piece.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see how it kind of works out. Silver Stun, you're saying good chance someone can beat out the Bergs at linebacker, but don't know. Where's Coach at? Where's Jamba?
Look, it's one of the Bergs he's in serious trouble, and it's not Cody.
I'm telling you, because I think that's where it's tough, because even if you look at Cody Lindenberg, right, and Tommy Eichenberg. Tommy Eichenberg has now been on this team for 3 seasons, has not been able to break the linebacker room as a starter. Now, he contributed very well in special teams, good special teams player, right? But then you have Cody Lindenberg, which was a 7th rounder last year, still very young player. You still have him on a rookie contract for the next couple of years. And so, do you let a guy like Eichenberg walk because you kind of see him? You already know him. Robbie Leonard has seen him. Robbie Leonard's been on this squad long enough to know who he is.
Yeah.
And Cody Lindenberg has showed that he could be a very productive special teams player. There's already reports that he was the green dot guy in training camp, when the Kobe Dean wasn't there. So the question is, do you move on from a guy that Robbie Leonard has already seen and already knows, and give a chance to the younger guy, Cody Lindenberg, to just develop him and see what he could do? Maybe Eichenberg doesn't make the roster if you need to make room for somebody. Could happen.
Yeah.
Wherever Jamba is. Could happen. Chill Ray. What do y'all think if Cedric Jackson beats out Deontay Thornton for a roster spot? I'll be honest.
Yeah. I wouldn't be
surprised. It would be wild, though, if Deontay Thornton loses his spot and JohnSpytek drafted Deontay Thornton. It just feeds to the narrative that these draft picks better work out.
Yeah.
It has to. Severe, what's your thoughts? Because honestly, man, like, if you cut a 4th rounder when we have needed a receiver the last 2 goddamn drafts, and we have not literally addressed it outside of Jack Besh, well, 1, would you be shocked if Deontay Thornton was cut? And 2, if we just don't see more starters out of these two draft cycles, is Spytek, man, in question?
So I'd be surprised. I wouldn't be shocked, but I would be surprised. Just the fact that they give up on the guy after 1 year. You go ahead and do your thing. I'd be surprised. I wouldn't be shocked. Like I said, it's giving up on the guy after 1 year. The reason I wouldn't be shocked is because, we heard the rumor and we heard it from Chip Kelly. So I'm assuming that it's likely true. And it was that Pete Carroll was the one that kind of discovered Deontay Thornton, or put Deontay Thornton on the radar of the front office, and really pushed for the Raiders to draft Deontay Thornton. Could be a big reason why he was dead set on Deontay Thornton getting as many snaps as possible. Basically, he was a starter from the second he touched the field. In those first rookie mini camps, right? He was essentially the starter the entire time until they benched him late in the year. So for him to go to the hope, people were saying he was Randy Moss. People were saying he's Calvin Johnson, all this, that, and the other, to now being cut. That would be quite a fall from grace. But, No, he really didn't do a lot on the field to show that he deserved to be on this roster. And if he doesn't make a drastic improvement this offseason, especially just the nuances of playing the wide receiver position, we saw him get called for pass interference on a pick play because it was horribly executed. We saw him not, get the proper depth on the crossing route that led to an interception. It was just mistake after mistake after mistake, and it's partly because of the system he came from at Tennessee, where they don't ask guys to really play wide receiver. They ask guys to play athlete. And Dante Thornton's a good athlete. He just hasn't shown that he's a good wide receiver yet. So, like I said, I'd be surprised, but I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah, Jeff saying we got 12 receivers on the roster right now, which is crazy. We do. We got old and Philip Dorsett that just hangs around.
Yeah, no, he was out of the league like the past 2 years, I want to say, or at least last year he was out of the league. So for him to be back is wild. And in terms of draft picks with Spytek, I was having this conversation with somebody else. I forgot who, but I was saying like 70% of draft classes or 70% of players drafted won't make any meaningful contributions to the team that drafted them. That's just the way it is. Look at the draft where Puka Nacua was taken, right? The rest of that draft is, like look at all these teams, and sometimes you'll get lucky. You hit one really good draft class, and then the next 2 or 3 will be, it's okay. All right, look at the draft class with Jalen Carter from the Eagles. Like who else did they take that year? I can't remember anybody else take that year, right? Like obviously the Quinyon Mitchell year, they had Quinyon and they had Cooper DeJean, but like most of the time, most of the players they fail within the first 3 of the league. First 3 years in the league. So very rarely do you get like the 2014 Raiders where we had, Carr and Mack and Gabe Jackson and who else was in that class? Justin Ellis and I think we had the kid from Ohio too, the corner that ended up going to the Browns. I forget his name. But like what?
Was that TJ Carey?
TJ Carey, yeah, TJ Carey, yeah. Like I want to say that was
pissed we let him go, but
yeah. So it's like rarely do you get classes like that where you get that many guys that are able to make a contribution to the team, right? Most of the time it's a guy or two, and the rest you never see their face again.
I'm with you 100%. Hey, that's why I think a lot of people need to realize is that just because you're drafted or just because you make the NFL, it's like doesn't mean you're going to be a contributor. Doesn't mean that all of a sudden, like you might be drafted, but a lot of people don't track just the success that players have after they're drafted. We only focus on the Raiders, and so this league is brutal. Whether injuries happen, where you move on, where there's a better talent that comes up in the draft, teams move on. It's a business, and once you realize it's a business, then a lot of the moves that go down make a lot more sense. Dark Jaded, what's going on, man? Hey, the other guy, you're gonna see his face soon, I promise. Chris, Protect the Show podcast. If you guys are gonna be out there in week 1, Chris is gonna be with us. Same as Jeff, same as Jason Downs. We're gonna have a little bit of fun. He'll be back soon, promise with you. We see Raider Nation 510 in here. What's going on, big dog? What's going on, man? Appreciate you rocking.
I received one. Oh, that's
Big John. TJ Carey was decent. I'm not saying he was great.
He's like a 6th round pick.
But for a 6th, like I think he was, for what we had on the team at the time, I was okay with keeping him.
Yeah.
Like that. By no means do I think TJ Carey was amazing, but for what we had and what I thought his potential could have been, I wanted to keep him, thinking we could have had a decent corner. So, Big John.
Yeah. And I think was Shelby Harris that class too? Shelby Harris might have been that draft class too.
He was. I think he was.
Shelby Harris.
Shelby
Harris is bad. He was a bad man for the Broncos for a long time too.
It was. What up? What's going on, big guy? Appreciate you.
My too.
Appreciate you on that super chat. You came just in time, man. You came just in time because now we get to talk about the most important topic, given the fact.
But the surprise guy that I thought you might say, but you didn't say, Brandon Cleveland.
Oh man,
He has a tough road. He has a tough road too. There's a lot of guys in front of him, but
he's got a tough road. But the only reason why I think he's gonna make it is because he was drafted.
Yeah.
So like, I wouldn't be surprised if he made it because SpyTek drafted the kid.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And so that's why for me, I wouldn't necessarily be,
look, hey, ask Touchdown Tommy about that.
Touchdown Tommy.
Ask Touchdown Tommy at that.
Who the hell is the other quarterback?
Cam Miller. Killer Cam.
After the one preseason game, everybody said he's the future. He's the future. You couldn't get people off the cliff.
He was Tom Brady. He was drafted in the 6th round too.
So I know, Big John, you're just yelling at me constantly. You're glad TJ Carey was let go. All right, I'm with you. So let's see. All right, we're gonna get to the next topic. We're gonna get this one in. See, hey, Houston, I like TJ Carey and Shelby Harris. See, you hear that, Big John? Other people like TJ Carey. Raidernation 510, Lockheed Tossie or Vita Vea, what's more likely? Are you saying like we acquire Vita Vea? Because if you're thinking that there's a world where we acquire Vita Vea at this point, I think it's more likely Lockheed Tossie.
Yeah,
on this roster. Severe thoughts.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I mean, I don't see a world where we get Vita Vea, but hey, if we do, hell yeah. But I don't see that. I don't see that happening for us.
And shout to Jason Downs, because I think they kind of presented this question a little bit on their live, and I said, look, if there's any position group that we may invest in to maybe bring somebody in. Again, if there's a surprise roster cut, if there's just a surprise name that just kind of comes out of nowhere, it's got to be at a very, very reasonable price, because I want to hold on to the salary cap space that we have, because you can roll over salary cap space. I want more salary cap space for next year. If you build somewhere, I say build in the trenches. We've already invested in the center. We've already invested in bringing in Spencer Burford. We've already drafted guards. We have Trey Zune. We have Charles Grant. Like, we already have linemen on the offensive side that we got to figure out what we got.
Yeah. Charles Trent.
On the defensive side, if you're going to have any chance at being competitive in this division, in my opinion, you have to build the trenches.
Yes.
So we already have pieces on the offensive line that we got to figure out. On the defensive side, if you bring in a Vita Vea, okay. Like, I don't want to give up a bunch of salary cap space, but building the trenches, go after somebody. I got it. Hold on, John. I got you. There it is. I got the soundboard for you, John.
Oh my god.
God damn it. We got John, did you just follow that comment up? Because what up, Money Chuck? We got Money Chuck. What's going on, big dog? What's happening, man?
Yeah.
We got my two doing it again. Big dog. Appreciate you, man. Quay Walker get Raiders' first INT in 2026. You know what? My two. I'm going to do this. If Quay Walker gets the first interception of the season, check in with us, and I'll do a giveaway for everybody on all the channels.
Yeah.
Shout out to you. If you call it and it works, I'm with you, man. You're hearing it here first. If Quay Walker gets the first interception of the season, tap with us on that Sunday. We'll go live and we'll do a giveaway live on that channel. We'll have some fun. Shout out to you, big dog. So
John's on the road, man.
Look, and Jeff is egging him on. Just egging him on. I love it. Also have to invest. Go ahead. Go. John's just shooting shots at me.
Hey, he's not a Kubiak guy, man. Hey, he's
I love it. Well, you know what, John, stick around because the next topic, and yeah, shout out my two. Hey, I got it documented. I'm with you. If Quay Walker gets that first interception of the season, we're having a little bit of fun. John, I'm speaking directly to you. Okay, next topic. I'm about to crack open another beer just to have some fun with y'all. Fernando Mendoza has not signed his rookie contract. And I'm going to kind of preface this a little bit. We had Carson Beck that I believe signed yesterday, either yesterday or earlier this morning. Carson Beck signed his contract, but there's also some quarterbacks. Ty Simpson hasn't signed. Drew Aller hasn't signed. Fernando Mendoza has not signed his rookie contract, and training camp starts tomorrow. And according to the CBA, rookies cannot participate in training camp if you have not signed your rookie contract. I thought that there was some sort of maybe waiver. I thought that there was something that you could have agreed upon in order to at least participate in some capacity. But apparently that's only for OTAs, voluntary minicamp. If you do not sign your contract, you're not stepping foot. You're not there. You are the number one pick of the 2026 NFL draft, and you have not signed the contract. Now, look, it's 7:30 West Coast time. You still got some time. I don't know when the rookies actually report on the field tomorrow. I don't know what time, to be honest with you. So there is some time. They could do it on the 12th hour or 11th hour, whatever the term is.
The 11th hour.
The 11th hour. It could still happen. But as it stands right now, Fernando Mendoza has not signed his rookie contract. Chat, let me know what your thoughts are. Some people are kind of throwing it out there. Jeff throwing it out there.
You guys done hurt Money Chuck's feelings now. Look at Money Chuck. He's just going on a screed. Gee, maybe we can pick up Dante pick 6 at the most critical time in the biggest game more. Next year because Brady and Spytek doesn't want Fernando. Maybe he'll be probably a better player than Fernando Mendoza is. So we'll see. We'll see. Hey, that would be a hell of a turnaround if we end up going from Fernando Mendoza to Dante Moore, probably the best pure passer we've seen in college football the last 3 or 4 years. Yeah, that'd be great. That will be excellent. I'd be happy with that.
I heard some creators throwing it out there saying that we can get 3 first-rounders for Fernando Mendoza at this point. 3?
Sign me up. But I'm not worried about it, man. I think as you kind of alluded to, I think the Raiders get this done in the 11th hour. I think probably the morning. He probably shows up to training camp already with the stuff on, signs the contract at the facility, and then goes out and joins practice. I think it's one of those situations where, deadlines usually push people to make concessions, push people to kind of bargain and make deals that they were, before that point unwilling to make because they still had time. Now that the deadline is approaching and is basically here, I think it gets all parties to come to the table and to come to an agreement. And I think it gets done. I don't think the Raiders, jeopardize their first round pick, not being able to participate in training camp. The last time we had a first round pick quarterback, obviously he missed all the training camp, but missed any training camp was Jamarcus Russell. And we know how that turned out. So obviously Fernando Mendoza isn't a Jamarcus Russell who had his own personal problems why he wasn't a success in the NFL, but you don't even want that kind of like omen following a young player like that. Only thing I will say is that since the Raiders are in no rush for Fernando Mendoza to play this season, maybe they feel they can play hardball and not feel rushed or have any kind of sense of urgency to get them out there, where in a normal situation where you want your rookie quarterback to potentially be the starter for the year, maybe that you approach it a little bit differently with a little more urgency than you normally would. So it's interesting. But like I said, I think it gets done and he's out there for the first day.
I'm with you. And you make a really good point, right? If by the Raiders bringing in Kirk Cousins, I'm sure they have no intention of Fernando Mendoza seeing the field unless a certain situation happens, whether Kirk Cousins gets hurt. If Kirk Cousins comes in and starts doing well, I think there's a good chance they just stick with Kirk Cousins. Not to say that Fernando is bad, okay, Money Chuck. Not to say that Fernando Mendoza is bad. It's just to say that you now have a rookie quarterback be able to kind of sit and learn and develop, and that's perfectly fine. That's why you bring in a Kirk Cousins. And so, to your point, maybe they are playing just a little bit of a hard ball in their end and saying, hey, look, we can wait this thing out. We have no intention of starting you anyways. So we can wait it out. But I'll definitely have my take on that. But I definitely want Money Chuck. Well, let's not forget the pick 6 was against Fernando Mendoza in the first play of the game.
Oh, was Fernando playing defense that day?
Did Fernando Mendoza take the ball off? Did Fernando Mendoza run it?
Fernando was playing defense. He was at safety that day. I got to watch that. We missed that on the game film. We got to go back and study that 805 because that would be a sight to see. Like, Fernando Mendoza playing like a hang safety type role, and reading Dante's eyes. Okay, hey, power to him.
Against Fernando. Against Fernando, my check. You're gonna make me open up into the beer. Jeff, without a signed NFL player contract, he cannot practice with the team, take part in any contact drills, play in preseason games, compete for the starting job on the field. Yes, you're absolutely right, Jeff. 100%. Chill Ray Fernando will sign. Spytek will cave. Bad luck if he doesn't sign him after the Jamarcus Russell debacle. Houston, he better not be some Jamarcus Russell shit. I agree. As much as I have been critical and I have my question marks of Fernando Mendoza, I don't think he's Jamarcus Russell. Like I think that's there's tiers, right? I think Fernando Mendoza is above a Jamarcus Russell tier. So I'm not too worried about that. I have other worries, but not about that specifically compared to Jamarcus Russell. But Big John, just stand on business. Trade Mendoza if he doesn't sign. God damn it.
Big John is on today.
And John's in his business. I love it. Jeff, unimportant deadline is August 6, 2026. After that date, an unsigned drafted rookie cannot be traded and may negotiate only with the team that drafted him until the 2027 NFL draft. Very interesting. 3 weeks, Jeff. That's what you're saying. 3 weeks. Countdown starts today.
There's going to be tally marks on Jeff's wall for the 3.
Rainer says he wants it back. Okay. So, man, here's my thing is I think you have to take a look at what the Raiders have done in the past. In the past, the Raiders have, with Genty, right? They have basically moved around when they pay out the signing bonuses and the guarantees. So with Genty, he didn't get his guarantee up front. They spread it out. And I'm going to tell you this right now. If you picked Fernando Mendoza number 1 overall, there should be zero reason why he isn't hitting the ground day one and starting with the development. That's the only thing that I'm going to be pissed off about. As much as I have my question marks on Fernando Mendoza, as much as, as we broke down the game film and we showcased some things or whatever it may be, we all want Fernando Mendoza to succeed and be the guy. But I do not want any delay in his development. Exactly. If you picked him number 1 overall and he wants his guaranteed money up front, then just give it to him.
Yeah.
I mean, if the Raiders are willing to play hardball with money, given the fact that you moved to Vegas, you now have increased your net worth overall as a franchise damn near tenfold. Money's not an issue. And so why are you playing the game? And on the flip side, Fernando Mendoza, we all know he's a very, very smart kid, and he's very financially savvy. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's like, I want my money up front. I'm not taking any endorsements, which that's his own fault, but I'm not taking any endorsements. I'm not taking any sponsorships. So I'm going to take this money and I'm going to invest it or whatever his plan is with his money.
Yeah.
And so if you have Fernando on one side saying, I want my money now because financially it's better for me. But then you have the Raiders going, I want to stretch your money out because this is what we do. No, you took him number 1 overall. Get his ass on that goddamn game film or on that game field and start the development day 1.
Yeah.
So I don't want any excuses with Fernando's development, because if Kirk Cousins, let's do this. Let's just say this thing lingers. And again, I agree. I think there's probably a 90% chance he's signed and he's walking on the field tomorrow. It's probably a 90% chance. Let's say he doesn't. Let's say he waits 2 weeks. Let's say he waits 3 weeks, right? But then Kirk Cousins comes out and plays like dog shit. Let's say we're 0-3 to start the season. Let's say Kirk Cousins is throwing interceptions. Let's say it's just not, the offense is just not looking right. But then Fernando Mendoza missed the first 3 weeks of training camp. And he's just, are you ready to throw him in? We don't know.
Yeah.
I don't want any excuse whatsoever with the number 1 overall draft pick. So if Fernando Mendoza does not walk foot on that field tomorrow, I'm going to be pissed at Spytek. And that's just my take. That's my take.
Yeah. It's tough, man. It's obviously, because what 805 is basically saying is that Fernando Mendoza is already so far behind in terms of learning the NFL game. He's just woefully behind a lot of the other guys. He's just like, he needs every rep he can get just to catch up. Just to catch up with the guys. He needs I'm playing, I'm just taking digs at a money check. But I mean, yeah, man, it's just not a good look. Just the optics of it. You don't want to be the team that drafted a quarterback 1 overall and the guy doesn't sign his contract and can't report and can't participate in his very first NFL training camp. It's just a bad look. I will say the Raiders, I think with all of their other previous number 1 overall or first round picks, they have kind of prorated the signing bonus and paid it out, over time. So if that's a practice they feel comfortable with, I don't know why. I don't know. I'm not sure what the benefit of that is, outside of, because I can see in the past why they had to do it, because they were a cash poor franchise, but now they've just sold parts of the team for hundreds of millions of dollars. The team has a valuation of excess of $10 billion overall. So like markdavis can get any amount of money he needs to pay out any kind of signing bonus that he sees fit. So I don't think it's like a monetary thing. I don't know what it is. So I just hope this, we're able to get past this. He's able to get out there as quickly as possible, because like I said, he was drafted 1st overall. He does need to learn a lot of things at the NFL level, just the basic stuff, taking stuff from under center, like performing play actions with his back turn, like all this stuff. He still needs a lot of practice at, and for him not to be out there with his teammates for the first day of training camp, let alone even any more than that, but just the first day, I think that will be just unfortunate set of events. So hopefully they're able to get it done and we're able to have him out there. Because if not, like I said, it's going to be like a major story, and it's going to bring all kind of scrutiny to the Raiders, and unnecessarily so.
And what is unfortunate, and Jason Marsh, you throw it out there, contract dispute, it's the Raider way. Like, the Raiders will figure out a way, and I hate to say it to kind of Raider this thing up. And it's been our way for so long that I hope it's not the case. But unfortunately, at the end of the day, like, we've seen ourselves just make so many mistakes day in and day out that I hope we don't make a mistake with this one. All right, the last thing we want is Fernando Mendoza not to work out. We want him to work out. We want him to be the franchise quarterback. You picked him number 1 overall.
Yeah.
And so you don't want to hinder any development or potential development that he has access to. And that's the best part is no mind check, you're saying they're all going to be giving him first team snaps. I saw today. Is that Mendoza? Did you get that from our guy Hunter Carpenter? I don't know. But can't take first team snaps until you put ink to paper. Like, that's really that simple. So let's sign the goddamn contract. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day. And so, Maichi, you're throwing it out there. If Mendoza wants to be a Raider, I'm going to chalk it up to him not liking Brady's. Jesus Christ. Rebel, buyer's remorse. I'll be honest. I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that. Only because I know you're laughing about it, you're joking about it. It's because what's great though is you sound Sanjeet. Okay.
Come on, money. No, come on, money check. Come on, dog. Come on, brother.
That's the great thing about rookie contracts. Rookie contracts allow you to take on the contract, and you're not going to absolutely just crush your franchise like a Jamarcus Russell contract, like a Matthew Stafford contract, right? Like, it's not going to absolutely
like Sam Bradford.
Exactly. It's not going to cripple your franchise for the next 15 years because you literally just took on those type of contracts. So the rookie contracts definitely help out. And this is where we're going to get into another little topic. And I definitely want to give some time. People, we got almost 100 people in the building. We definitely appreciate you guys rocking with us. Do us a favor, double tap that screen. The more that Fernando Mendoza doesn't touch the field, I'm not gonna lie, and I know there's a lot of talks about Aiden O'Connell. The more reps it's gonna allow Aiden O'Connell just to get comfortable in the offense.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying Aiden O'Connell is a starting caliber quarterback, but what I will say is Aiden O'Connell is a smart kid. He can play the position. But he's got dealt such a shitty hand. If you match him up with a competent, I'm not saying Clint Kubiak is like the best thing since sliced bread. I do like him as an offensive coordinator. I think he's going to be a good head coach. He has to prove it. But you put Aiden O'Connell behind a competent offensive coordinator, a competent quarterback coach, a offensive line coach that knows what he's doing. It just allows him the best chance to thrive.
Yeah.
And the longer you allow that to happen, the more and more Fernando Mendoza is just not going to get the opportunity to showcase what he could do. And I think that's where, for myself, I'm like, Aiden O'Connell, as much as he's not the future at all.
Nah.
If he gets a shit ton of reps in preseason, well, guess what? That means that the Raiders are going to just try to trade him off somewhere because Fernando Mendoza is the future. But if Fernando Mendoza doesn't continue to, or if he doesn't sign that contract and get on the field, it just allows AOC to get more reps and just establish some sort of consistency for himself. So, Severe, what's your thoughts? Like, how could that hurt Fernando a little bit, just in the short term, right? Not in the long term because we know he's the future, but how could that help? How could that hurt Fernando? Not signing his contract, not being out there with his teammates, not being out there on the practice field, and Aiden O'Connell just getting reps. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, you look at it through OTAs and minicamps, according to most of the beat writers and people who were actually there, Aiden O'Connell was the most impressive quarterback on a day-to-day basis. He was like, I forgot who said it, but one of the beat writers was saying, like, there was a joke among all the Raiders reporters, and it was like, if it was a big play out there being made, it was probably or by a quarterback, and it was most likely Aiden O'Connell that was making the play. So he's already kind of starting out ahead of Fernando Mendoza in that way, and just from an experience standpoint, from having familiarity with the facility, with some of the players, already having a routine, down for how you're going to go about getting ready for these practices, getting ready for these throwing sessions, how you're going to digest this NFL level caliber playbook. Like Aiden O'Connell has already had to do it multiple times, right, through multiple seasons. So he's already kind of ahead of them in that regard. And if Fernando Mendoza isn't out there, getting all this stuff out of the way, going through those growing pains earlier, and then you kind of see a guy that should conceivably be behind him in the pecking order start to play well, maybe ends up being in front of him as a second string quarterback. That can be something that damages Fernando Mendoza's confidence. And, once you hurt a young player's confidence, it's hard to say if or when they will ever recover from that. So kind of want them to get out there early, have some of those early successes. See, like they say with the shooter, you kind of want to see the ball go in the hoop. And then you kind of get going. Like you kind of want to see the ball go in the hoop, or at least get your misses out early, right? You don't want to be late in camp while everybody else is clicking and they have the offense down and the timing is right, and then you're just now showing up like, hey guys, like it's my turn now, and you're behind everybody else. So that can be extremely detrimental. So like I said, I don't see this holdout extending anything past the first day. I don't even see it extending into the first day. But if it were to happen, it could be extremely detrimental to a young player, especially Fernando Mendoza. Like you see him and you see how he is. He's a super positive, super like a buoyant personality. He's one of those guys like I don't know how well he'll deal with real life adversity. Like that can be a real life adverse moment. And he doesn't have a coach like a Kurt Signetti there to kind of guide him and push him through. And, like how does he react to that? How does he handle that? That could be his first real test. And, that could set him on a path, down the wrong direction. And I don't even want that to be an option to happen.
Yeah, I'm with you. Because when we talk about adversity, right, a lot of people want to talk about just how well he did in college and stuff. But the reality is, if you look at Fernando Mendoza's games last year, he had the Penn State win. Good drive. We showcased it. We showed the entire drive when we broke down his game film, right? Obviously, I had my issues with it, but ultimately they won the football game. Penn State drive. That was literally the only time they trailed in any significant capacity that entire season. So the only real time that he actually hit adversity at Indiana was against Penn State. Against Iowa, they were tied on that final drive, and he ran that quick slant and it went for 50 yards. Right? They were tied. So if he didn't convert on that, they go into overtime. Okay, whatever, right? Against Ohio State, they were down, but I believe they were only down in the second quarter. But what happened? The defense helped them out. Indiana only scored 13 points. So when we talk about adversity, Fernando Mendoza really didn't come face to face to adversity his senior year at Indiana, or his last year at Indiana. So my thing is that, and Joe, right, you're saying AOC gets more reps, wouldn't be a bad thing in my opinion. He might be better in preseason, fetch us a 6th round pick. Possibly instead of a 7th, possibly, without question. I think the intention is if you get a good trade offer for Aiden O'Connell, he's probably gonna be out the building. So my biggest thing though is Aiden O'Connell, because he has the experience. Aiden O'Connell has a very good chance with a good offensive coordinator to look good in training camp and preseason.
Yeah.
Because you're not getting hit in training camp. I promise you the beat writers will be like, wow, Aiden O'Connell is spraying the ball everywhere. Aiden O'Connell, he's hitting his receivers. He's looking good. The timing looks right. And the reason why it looks good is not to say that Aiden O'Connell is this like amazing quarterback. It's because quarterbacks aren't getting hit in training camp. It's like bragging about a quarterback looking good on 7-on-7. You're not getting hit.
Yeah.
Quarterbacks don't care if the pass rush is coming. The quarterbacks don't care if the linebackers are coming off the edge, because at the end of the day, they know they're not going to get hit. And so they could very comfortably and freely read the defense in training camp and just kind of pick apart the defense here and there. And so that's where I think what's going to happen is Fernando Mendoza, if he's late to signing or if he's not getting those reps, the pressure's on him a little bit because he's a rookie. Even though he's not getting hit, he has to digest an NFL defense, the way the NFL defense moves, the way that he needs to read the defense, even with the bodies flying all over the place. And again, one of my biggest knocks on Fernando Mendoza, he did not have good pocket presence in the NFL or in college. He didn't at all. Go look at the moment Miami had their full defense. They got after him. He didn't know what to do. Same with Ohio State. When he played against one of the better defenses in college football, his pocket presence wasn't great. If your pocket presence isn't great in college, good luck adapting to the speed in the NFL.
Exactly.
But he now has to process that. And when you have an Aiden O'Connell that already understands it, already knows it, and has that just comfort of knowing, man, I can pick apart this defense a little bit because they're not going to hit me, and I'm just going to start to hit them. What is the mindset of Fernando Mendoza now?
Yeah.
Is he feeling the pressure? Is he feeling like, man, I got to really produce because shit, a backup is beating me a little bit or looking better? Exactly. I don't know. So I think every day that Fernando Mendoza does not step foot on that practice field is a detriment to his development. And I want to see Fernando Mendoza thrive.
Yeah.
So
we need him to. I mean, that's what it is, man. We need him to. It's like, yeah, Aiden O'Connell. It's like there's a player. I want to say he got drafted by the Bucks. Well, I don't remember what year it was, but his name is Yi Jianlian. And he was like a 7-footer out of China. But like during his workout, I think like they had him like basically like, like taking jump shots against the chair. Like, he was doing different drills and rolling up to a chair. It's like, and that's kind of what training camp is right now for these guys, right? Like, obviously, it's a little bit more competitive because you guys still got DBs and stuff out there, but it's no pass rush. So, like, you're basically sitting back there with a clean pocket, and if you sit back there long enough, they'll say, okay, man, this was a sack. But a lot of times you hear about a lot of these completions these guys are making, and especially with Fernando, and it's been even worse with Fernando. And I've been hearing one of the beat writers saying he's been holding the ball longer than most, especially longer than guys like Kirk and Aiden O'Connell. But they'll be like, oh, Fernando, he has a nice throw, but he probably would have been a sack because he was back there a long time holding the ball. So he has to get used to first of all to throwing against NFL coverage, and then just seeing the NFL speed, and especially after we're going into the second week of training camp. We're going to be not second week, probably third week of training camp. I think that's the week of the joint practice. So we need him to be like up to speed by then, because that's like the first real test. Like it's the preseason games is all well and good, but obviously everything's going to be vanilla on offense and defense. Training camp is all well and good, but guys get tired of competing against their teammates after a little while. But now you got one of the best defenses in the league coming in, one of the best defensive minds in the league coming in. You get a shot to see your rookie number 1 overall pick go up against those guys. You want him to be fully up to speed by that point. And if he's not, that could be something that's like soul crushing too, to just go out there and just struggle mightily against a Houston Texans defense, like in your own house. Because I believe they're going to be in Vegas doing it. So they come into your house and whip your ass. Like that's all bad.
And then it's not about the difference in defenses between between college and the NFL is night and day. It's night and day. The way the alignment, the speed, the way the safeties can get to the sideline. I mean, the when you see an opening, it closes so quickly. Like the windows are tight as all hell compared to college. And so, at the end of the day, he needs all the reps he can to start the process and understand just the speed of the NFL, and not just this. And once you start to see the speed of the linebackers, defensive backs, and the way the coverage rolls, and the way that they will invert the safeties and whatever it may be, right? Then you got to deal with the pass rush. Then you got to deal with how quickly these edge rushers come around. Like, I mean, maxxcrosby, Cleo Mack back in the day, a Myles Garrett. Like, now you have to understand, not only do I need to process how the defensive backs move and the linebackers drop into coverage, but then I got to process how quick this pass rush gets to me. It's night and day. It is night and day. And so, and the unfortunate part is the only way that you learn how to navigate in the pocket under a true pass rush is in live game situation. When you wear that red jersey in practice, that means that means the defense can't touch you.
Yeah.
That means you're playing way too comfortable. It isn't until live game situation until you realize exactly the type of pressure you're actually under. When 6'4", 240-pound edge rushers are going to really come in to take your head off. So you need that in-game experience. Training camp can help you, but it ain't going to show you exactly what it's like playing an actual real game in the NFL. So, Ray Nation 510, Sam Mendoza is in it for the money. He'll be ready to go. I think that's a little contradictory, to be honest with you, because if he's not in it for the money, then he probably would have just signed the contract.
Yeah.
It sounds like he's in it for the money, like he wants his guaranteed money. So I think that's a little contradictory, but he might be ready to go. We'll see. But then he followed up with, this is not Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams at least signed his contract, and he was ready to go. I don't know. I don't want to. Did Caleb Williams hold out at all with his rookie contract? I don't think he did.
I don't remember him holding out. I don't remember. I wasn't following him that closely though that year. I remember like he had some moments where he had some questionable moments during camp. some questionable, dealing with some adversity early on. But I don't remember him holding out though.
I don't think he did. But then again, Caleb Williams, again, when we talk about Fernando Mendoza, if he holds out, it's because of money. If he truly, all the speeches that we've heard of, I'm not going to the White House because that would be disrespectful to the players, to my teammates, right? Well, why aren't you signing your contract then? Because if you're not signing your contract, you're not on the field day one, then that's disrespectful to your teammates, right?
Yeah.
Everything Fernando Mendoza has said up to this point is all about team. And I respect him for it. Good for him. But if he holds out because he needs his guaranteed money, then that kind of contradicts what he's been saying for quite a bit. Because the difference is that he's guaranteed that money either way. It's just about how he gets it.
Exactly.
It's
just how it's paid out.
Exactly. So he's going to get that money no matter what. So if he doesn't sign and it's truly about how he's getting that money paid out, then I would assume that he's prioritizing the money over his teammates and being with his team, which I'm all about players getting their money. So, what's your thoughts on that? I mean, honestly, like if he doesn't show up, then it seems like it's purely a money problem.
It's a delicate balance because when you're the number one overall pick, right? Like if all the other quarterbacks are getting lump sums and get their bonuses paid out in lump sums, you don't want to be the person that goes the opposite direction, because then teams will try to do that going forward because you set a precedent. So that's what makes it difficult, because guys don't want to they don't want to be the person that sets that precedent that takes away player empowerment. So, and I'm sure his agents are telling him about that as well. So, situation where all these other quarterbacks are getting lump sums and number one overall picks always get lump sums, then he doesn't want to be the person that breaks that, because that could, like I said, teams can start doing that going forward. But at the same time, he needs to be out there, and the Raiders need. I mean, they're this is what they call it, a Mexican standoff. This is a Mexican standoff right now, right? Like, you don't want to be the agents that have a number 1 overall pick miss training camp. You don't want to be the team that who doesn't have the number 1 overall pick there for the first day of training camp. But you don't want to be the player that isn't, suited up and out there participating with your teammates on the first day. So all of them have guns on each other right now. And it's like, who's going to be the first one to blink? And I don't know. I don't know.
So I see kind of like the back and forth going on, and I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. We're going to talk about this real quick. I'm going to get the comment off the screen. It sounds like there's a little bit of back and forth on whether or not Fernando Mendoza can actually participate in training camp if he does not sign his contract. And I'm going to go ahead and take this off the screen as well. I'm going to try to blow it up so everybody can see. So the question was, can a rookie participate in training camp if he does not sign his contract? And again, I'm looking it up. If there's another source that proves me wrong or proves this wrong, not me, this wrong, it says, no, an NFL rookie cannot participate in training camp if they have not signed their rookie contract. According to NFL rules and the collective bargaining agreement, all players must be under a signed contract to officially report to and participate in training camp practices. Then it goes on to say the difference between OTAs and training camp. Once training camp opens in July, the temporary waiver expires. So there is a waiver that you can actually sign as it relates to OTAs and voluntary minicamp. But when it comes to actual training camp, that waiver expires and you no longer can participate. And the reason being is because if a draft pick and a team cannot agree to contract terms at the time the training camp begins, the rookie becomes a holdout because they do not have a contract. They cannot be fined or missing or for missing camp. Unlike veterans or contracts who face massive daily penalties. However, they miss critical playbook installs, repetitions, so on and so forth. So basically, in OTAs and voluntary minicamp, there's a waiver that they can sign that even if they get injured, then the organization, the team, has to basically still move forward with their contract in good faith as if they were healthy. But when it comes to training camp, if you do not sign, you're not on the field. That's what that says. Again, we can find a link that proves that wrong. Not me wrong. That's just what that says based on the collective bargaining agreement. So, saw some back and forth about it. So there was a couple more. Hold on, Jeff. Jeff's wide awake. He woke up at 3:30 p.m. East Coast time, so he's ready to rock.
He was up all night with Cheeto and those guys, and I don't know what time they're live. And then I think he typed in with my live for a little while. I thought I saw him on there for a little while. I can't remember.
So let's see. We talked about Fernando Mendoza. We talked about training camp. We kind of, I think the overall consensus, I think we all can agree that there's a really good chance tomorrow he's signing.
Yeah.
There's a good chance there's still that open window tomorrow that he can sign and bang, he steps on the practice field. We all hope that happens. And there's probably about a 90% chance that is going to happen. But we're just talking about the fact that if it doesn't, because here's the other side, is there's some other quarterbacks, whether it be Drew Aller, Ty Simpson, they haven't signed their contract either. So is Fernando Mendoza trying to just kind of play in that waiting game? He's waiting to see, what do those quarterbacks do? What do those organizations do? And can I leverage off of that?
Yeah.
So Severe in chat, let me know. Do you think that that's possibly what's going on right now? Is that the other quarterbacks, Beck, he signed.
Beck signed, yeah.
Beck signed for the Cardinals, but we have Ty Simpson, Drew Aller that haven't signed. So, chat, let us know. Do you think that the reason why Fernando Mendoza is holding out is because he's kind of waiting for dominoes to fall with Ty Simpson and Drew Aller? If that's the case, if those guys don't sign and he's trying to play hardball, we may not see someone sign tomorrow, possibly. Severe, what's your thoughts? Do you think that could be influencing his decision? And chat, let me know as well.
Well, look at it like this, right? What do Fernando Mendoza, Drew Aller, and Ty Simpson all have in common? None of them are expected to play any meaningful snaps at all this year, if at all possible. Carson Beck, probably not, but Jacoby Brissett was playing hardball with the Cardinals, right? And Jacoby Brissett isn't entrenched as a guy that, they don't have any fealty or loyalty to him, right? They're likely going to be drafting the quarterback high next year if Carson Beck proves that he's not the guy. So, like, Carson Beck has every incentive out there to go out, to get on the field and prove that he's the person worthy of being the starting quarterback for the Arizona Cardinals sooner rather than later. Ty Simpson and Drew Aller and Fernando Mendoza, I don't think they're under that type of pressure immediately, especially Drew Aller because he's still coming off that injury. And then Ty Simpson, he knows he's going to be the guy going forward, barring something crazy happening. And Fernando Mendoza knows the same thing.
Stafford starting. He's playing.
Exactly. Stafford starting, right? Kirk Cousins is starting. Aaron Rodgers is starting. So, Jacoby Brissett probably starting. But if Carson Beck goes out there and he plays well, I don't think they have any inhibitions to putting him on the field and seeing if he could be the guy for the future. So, like, he's in a different situation than all those other guys. So I think he had more of an incentive to get the deal done sooner. If Fernando Mendoza is waiting for people behind him, because those people are waiting for Fernando Mendoza to sign. It's the same situation where it's a Spider-Man meme. You're looking at them and they're looking right back at you, and they're waiting for somebody to flinch. So, I don't know what Fernando Mendoza ultimately is going to do. The Raiders, they have a way, they've been giving out these signing bonuses in the past, and I don't think they want to deviate from that. But I don't think Fernando Mendoza wants to give ground in terms of getting the money in a lump sum. So it's just, I don't know if they try to find some kind of happy medium and they meet each other halfway on it. I don't know how, because it's kind of a zero-sum game, right? Like, either you get it all at once or you don't. So it's kind of hard to negotiate or find a middle ground, because all or nothing is essentially, or all or lump or installments is essentially it's a dichotomy. They're the only two things. Those things are mutually exclusive. So you can't get it all at once, but get it paid in installments. So you can't. There's no middle ground there. So I don't know what they end up doing, but they better figure it out quickly.
Well, I think this is interesting, right? Is you got Shohei said, I read other quarterbacks were waiting for Mendoza. Not surprising. And then Rebel, you got Carson Beck, ain't dumb. He's trying to take a job. Severe. It's exactly to your point. Is Carson Beck is in a very different situation. Jacoby Brissett has always been known as a good for the last 7-8 years, as long as he's been in the league.
Yeah,
a good bridge quarterback.
Yeah,
he could be a bridge.
I wanted him over Jimmy G that year. That's what I wanted.
I'm with you 100%. Carson Beck, and this might be news because maybe I talked way too much about Ty Simpson early on. My ranking of quarterbacks through the college season was basically Ty Simpson, Carson Beck, and then Fernando Mendoza. And it's mainly because Carson Beck has the experience. And you look at his body of work on basically reading defenses, going through his progressions, basically battling from behind, not having all the weapons around him, not it being a perfect situation for him, that I think he's battle tested as it relates to coming to the NFL. So Carson Beck, I think in his specific situation, he's like, wait a second, shit, I could start. You got what? Is Gardner Minshew? You're looking at Gardner Minshew, and you're looking at Jacoby Brissett, and you're probably sitting there going, I got a chance. So hit the ground running, sign that goddamn contract, and let's go. Whereas Ty Simpson, Drew Aller, they all know they're sitting.
Yep.
Fernando Mendoza knows he's sitting.
Yep.
Like Kirk Cousins is going to start week 1.
Yes.
He's going to start. That's why you brought him in. Point blank, period. Now it's up to Kirk Cousins to keep the job.
Yeah.
Right. Depending on the development of Fernando Mendoza. But I guess that's the question. Is Fernando Mendoza playing hardball? If he thinks, again, this is just a guess. What happens if Fernando Mendoza truly knows there's no intention of starting him this season? What if he just knows that? What if he knows he's already talked to the coaches? There's already the rumbling that Kirk Cousins, who is it? Ian Rappaport, I think, came out saying that the Raiders have all the intention in the world of starting Kirk Cousins for the entire 2026 NFL season.
Yeah.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
If Kirk Cousins finds success.
Yeah.
But if Fernando Mendoza knows, hey, I have no chance, I'm not intended to start this season, I'm going to sit back and get my guaranteed money.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe that is what's possibly happening.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Yeah. I mean, and I'm looking at like, because the thing about it, right? Like, obviously, he was at Miami last year. The year before that, he was at Georgia. But going into his last season at Georgia, going into that season, him and Quinn Ewers were the top 2 quarterbacks. Like, he was the number 1 quarterback going into that last year he played at Georgia. And obviously, he struggled mightily that year. But going into that season, he was a presumptive number 1 overall pick. And so the fact that, 2 years later, obviously he dealt with the adversity, he dealt with that Georgia, had to transfer to Miami, and go through a new season with a new system, new coaching staff, all that stuff. And he was able to overcome that adversity and go to the national championship. I mean, I think, people give him credit for that. And, for his maturity and his ability to recover. So, and to be a leader on that team. So, I mean, I think, he's put himself in a position where he doesn't really have a guy in front of him that, like I said, the franchise has any kind of loyalty to. And Brissett is, and I think Brissett feels that as well, because that's why Brissett was trying to kind of pressure the Cardinals into giving him like a multi-year deal, because he sees the writing on the wall. And if Carson Beck can get in there and be even close to Brissett, they literally have no incentive to not start him, because I don't think they're even trying to win games, to be honest with you. I don't think they want to win a single game if they don't have to. So I think that they're ideally going to be in the top 3 position to pick next year. And whether they are picking Jeremiah Smith or Dante Moore, I think that depends largely on how Carson Beck performs this season, or the outlook they feel going forward with Carson Beck. I
agree 100%. Rob saying Beck was the most NFL ready quarterback in this draft. Mm-hmm. I think experience-wise, 100%. I think Ty Simpson skill-wise could have been in that argument, but Beck
and Ty Simpson's system too, yeah, the system he played in.
But Beck, without question, experience-wise, was the most pro-ready. I'm with you, but I think this one was starred. Severe, I think you started this one. And just don't get me started. Do not get me started, because I have it up. I can share some game film. It might happen.
I don't even get the question. Why does Beck get a pass for not having? Has Beck played an NFL game yet?
You address this. Give me a second. No. You address this.
I'm just because I need some clarity. I need some clarity on this. What?
I need a drink. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna get one more.
Go ahead, do your thing.
So I'm gonna get another one. I'm not bringing up some game film, so stick around and we're gonna have some fun.
Genty is supposed to be the weapon, though. Genty is supposed to be a weapon. I don't understand what you're trying to say. Like, Beck didn't have, he gets a pass for not having weapons. Like, Genty is supposed to be a weapon. Your running back and your receivers and your tight ends, those are the weapons. can your quarterback be a weapon? I guess, yeah. They have mobility. Technically, I guess you can count them as a weapon, but traditionally they aren't seen as weapons. They're seen as the distributors, as the field generals, as the signal callers. They aren't seen as weapons. Genty is a weapon. So his effectiveness as a weapon in part depends on some other things, whether that be the play call or the blocking, what have you, but also in large part depends on him as a weapon. Like I've never heard the conversation like this running back ain't good because he ain't had no weapons. Like what? Like what do you mean? Like this doesn't make any sense. Like this backup singer ain't no good because he didn't have a good lead singer. Like what? Like that's not how that works. That's not how that works. So I don't know. It's just wild. But I mean, we'll see how this thing plays out. I don't anticipate, like I said before, I don't anticipate Mendoza staying out a long time. I mean, he doesn't strike me as the kind of guy that would want that either. I think he's a guy that he has a image and a reputation that precedes him, and I think he wants to be the guy that's a team first guy that is willing to make the sacrifice for his teammates and for the betterment of his NFL career. And at the end of the day, people understand that the NFL is a business, so I don't think they will hold it against them too much for him not being there. But I think that would cut a little bit against the image that he has put forward. So I think he does everything in his power to make sure the deal gets done. And I think his agency does everything in their power to make sure the deal gets done, because if they fumble a number 1 overall pick and they're seen as playing any part in the reason why he isn't as successful as he possibly could be, that could cause great reputational harm to that agency and make it very difficult for them to get a number 1 overall pick, especially number 1 overall pick quarterback in the future.
Yeah, last month.
When? Since when, Money Chuck? Since fucking when? What the fuck are you talking about, bro? You just be saying stuff. Weapons include, dog. Bro, I'm done with you, Money Chuck, bro. You just be saying stuff, bro, to say stuff. You just clearly. When in the history of football have people talked about the weapons a quarterback has, and that included their fucking offensive line? When? You talk about their supporting cast. Never has an offensive lineman been called a weapon. Ever.
So, Money Chuck, love Money Chuck. Money Chuck, hey, love it when you're in here, because you know what's funny? Last month was my birthday, and my little mini fridge that's down here went out, and my wife was like, "Oh, it went out. Let me get you a new one." I'm like, "Hey, I appreciate it." She got me one that has more capacity, holds more beers. Money Chuck, I've already gone through the extra capacity I got down here with beers because of you. God damn it, Money Chuck. I'm telling you, it went from holding like 6 beers to like 12, and I'm already going through it. My God, Money Chuck. No, we're gonna touch on the Genty. Severe, you just talked about Genty, and again, none of us think Genty is trash. He's not garbage. He's not horrible, right? It's just about living up to the number 6 overall pick. And when you're a number 6 overall pick, then you create your own success. And the problem is that Genty struggled to create his own success. It's not coincidence that his best games was against Chicago as well as Houston, and it was the best blocking we saw all season. But there's plenty of examples of Genty not being able to process the speed of the NFL, not finding the running lanes, not being able to, in open space, being able to make the proper cut. That is the difference between him being able to gain 10 yards and him gaining 40 yards, because he doesn't attack the defense and leverage them properly. So he takes the path of least resistance. That's the problem with Genty. That's what he has to learn. I'm going to preface this with saying, look, at the end of the day, he's a rookie. He can learn. The hope is that he will process the speed properly. But that was my biggest concern with him.
He said it himself. He said he had trouble adjusting to the speed of the NFL. Like he said it himself. So it's not like he literally out of his own mouth said, I had trouble dealing with the speed.
Exactly. And so, and that's the hard part, right? Is that at the end of the day, he struggled with the speed of the NFL, and it showed on game film. It showed clearly on game film, and not just one or two times, right? It's a body of work. If every running back will miss a running lane, every running back might miss a cut here and there. Not at least 3, 4, maybe 5 times a game that we showcased on film. That's the difference between you rushing for 970 whatever yards that he did and him maybe eclipsing 1,200, 1,300 yards. If Genty eclipsed 1,200 yards with our offensive line last year, this is a different story.
Entirely different story.
Clearly different story. So, and I love this. But if nobody agrees with you when you showed your game film on Genty, nobody does. I know.
He told me that. He think he said that last night in my chat with Farrell. Nobody believes anything. Like, okay, like you don't have to believe me. The tape is there. You can look at it and see for yourself. We don't have to agree.
Yeah, like
some people don't think the Earth is round. They don't make it any less spherical.
But again, at the end of the day, we all hope that Genty actually thrives, right? And when we have better offensive line play, we have an offensive coordinator, that functions in a way that is conducive to the game situation, then he's going to thrive. You know what I'm saying? No one is saying that Genty's going to end up being a bad running back, but again, it's about him living up to the number 6 overall pick. And so I love it though, Jason Marshall. I love it. You're saying Genty 2K all-purpose yards incoming.
I hope so.
I love it. I love it. And the question is, do you guys want to see some game film real quick? Sever, you have some time?
I'm good, bro. I'm good to go. I'm good.
Money Chuck, do you want to see some? It's just samples. It's samples of a body of work. That's all it is. Chat, do you want to see some game film?
A lonely island.
No, you didn't.
A lonely island.
Money Chuck, you didn't. You said I watched it. No, you didn't.
You didn't watch it.
You didn't at all. You apparently you like either you have a prescription or something. And it was blurry as all hell. I don't know what to tell you.
We did, and the thing is, we did every Genty carry every week. So what show did you watch? I don't know.
It was every week.
It
was every week.
Every carry every week. And when he had a good run, we're like, oh man, that's a good run right there. That was nice. Good vision right there. And when he didn't, we called it out. But there were a lot more times where we had to be like, yeah, that was pretty bad right there. He didn't miss that lane right there. He didn't make a right read right there. His vision kind of spotty on this one. Where's the burst to get through this hole? And like a lot more of that.
Yeah. And it's tough. And we got a little bit here. If you guys want to have a little bit of fun. And remember, this is just samples of a body of work of an entire season. But I'm gonna preface this again. I'm only doing this to say we hope Genty just improves. He's a rookie, he can improve. Let's hope that the vision gets better. Right? But we'll have a little bit of fun. A little reminder of what we went through last year. So, as a running back, I think everybody knows I played running back for 8 years. Okay. Running backs, typically, you want to take the path of least resistance. I think we all can agree that Genty does a very good job of breaking tackles, right?
Yes.
He does a good job breaking tackles. Yeah. So if I could have Genty one-on-one with a corner, that would be our preference.
Ideal.
Right? Because he breaks the tackle of the corner, bang, he's off to the races.
Yeah.
Chat, I want you to let me know where you think Genty would go in some of these situations, right? And this is the difference. Okay, we're wide open, right? Here's a draw play. You got defender here, defender here. You got corner that's playing press to the boundary, the open space. Where's the?
Is that Jake Bishop top?
I think that's Trey Tucker.
Trey Tucker, okay.
Trey Tucker up top. The path of running back should take the path of least resistance. They really should. That's what the good running backs do. That's when running backs aren't always talked about, yards after contact, right? Genty always has the most yards after contact. Well, he's got a lot of yards after contact, but it's because Genty runs into contact. He runs after contact. Where Bijan won't have the most yards because he runs away from contact. Saquon Barkley, Jonathan Taylor, those guys, they run away from James Cook. They run away from contact.
Yeah.
There's a good chance that Genty probably should hug the left tackle here, and then maybe there's a little bit of open space right there. If everybody can see it. I don't know. Where do you think Genty's going to go in this? Let's cut back into the body of the defense. Let's not go take the path of least resistance.
His weapons let him down there. His weapons were
right here. I paused in the same space. What I just showed in the eagle eye view. Break out. Hug your tackle. This is what was it, Forsyth? Go right after 70. Split the numbers. 32 sucks. Bang. Break it outside. Now you're one-on-one with a corner. I'll take Genty one-on-one with the corner all day. But what does Genty do? He doesn't take the path of least resistance. What does he do? Let's cut back inside to everything. It's just an example. It's just a body of work. That's all it is.
Look. We've mended some fences. There's been a peace treaty between Big John and Money Chuck. Ashton Genty has brokered the memorandum of understanding. They've come to an agreement on Ashton Genty as being a good running back or worthy of the 6th overall pick. So we've been able to make some headway here. They're fast friends. As long as we're talking about Genty, you talk about Fernando Mendoza, then it's a different story. Here's another example. I hope you guys are enjoying. This is what we break down all game season, all throughout the season. So I hope you guys enjoy it just a little bit. And show where you're saying it looks like Genty doesn't trust his O-line. That is a part of it. I will concede that, right? Sometimes you don't trust it, but also there's clear examples of him not making the right cut. Is because I think he doesn't process the NFL. I'm gonna get to it. Yeah. Like in that situation, if you don't trust your O-line, that's when you do things where you take it upon yourself where I'm going to make a play. Usually those guys, you try to make a play on the perimeter away from your offensive line, right? Where you have the space to go out there and do your thing as an individual player and not have it depend on offensive linemen holding blocks. When you run back into the teeth of your offensive linemen, I mean, that shows me that you had some kind of faith in them because you ran back to where they were. If I'm a guy that doesn't trust my offensive lineman, I'm not going to run back towards them. I'm going to go to the outside where I'm one-on-one with a defender, and I'm going to try to make a play myself.
And Chad, I apologize. This might be like a money shock thing. But he says, guys, look at that. Who thinks Genty or any running back makes that cut? Okay, I'm going to take that screen off. Are you talking about this
cut right there?
Cut right here?
Bijan, Adrian Peterson, Travion, James Cook. I mean, Jonathan Taylor. I mean, most running backs make that cut right there.
And Genty and Money said this is where you say look at the blocker's position. Okay, this is where you need to understand running backs have to set their blockers up, and this is why I preface before I move on to the next play is that if I go here, if Genty actually presses between the numbers of 70. Not down into 56 which is Mafi. If Genty presses 70, that's going to create 32, which I believe is Bolton. Bolton's going to press to 70, and then what does Genty do? Break outside.
Exactly.
Then you break. You set up your blockers. I'll show you more examples, Money Chuck. Stick around.
And the thing about being a play, the thing about playing sports, Money Chuck, you played for a long time, you know, is just because a play was designed to go somewhere doesn't mean you have to do that. If you see an opening, you know, you can have a pass designed to go to a dig, and you see a safety, he's crashing harder than a dig. Then if you have a go route over the top, guess what? I'm gonna throw the go route because that safety bit hard on this shallow route. Like, just because it's designed to go there doesn't mean it has to go there. You're a football player. You're drafted number 1. You're not drafted 6th overall to make plays, not to just, do exactly what the play call was designed to do in that particular situation. You're designed to produce. And if going outside of the play call or making the correct cut or the correct read or, pressing a hole to get into a defender to commit and then breaking and then bouncing the run outside, that's what you do in those situations. Like, you don't just be a robot and say, I'm going to run here because this is a HB dive or this is a counter play, so I can only do this in this situation. No, you make plays. That's what playmakers do. And so you're telling me that Ashton Jeanty isn't a playmaker.
So, again, we're all talking about number 6 overall pick, right? Just the expectation. And we're also saying he's a rookie. Let's hope that he can learn. Go for it, Severe.
He said there's no time to make that cut. So, how much time do you need?
The best running backs need like 8 inches of space, big dog. Like, okay, here's the next one. Money check. Here we go. Check it out. Ready for this? Again, these are just examples of a body of work that I pointed out last offseason. Here we go. This is against the Titans. This is basically a zone to the left. You tell me, remember, path of least resistance. You have Trey Tucker at the top of the screen that goes to crack down. Clear. That's exactly what you're supposed to do as a receiver. I'm gonna go back a little bit. Right? When you have an outside zone and the corner is playing off of the receiver, you're playing cushion, bang. You're gonna look for the first edge defender. Okay? When you see that, Jeanty knows, a good running back knows that there's no edge defender, corner's playing off. Trey Tucker's instantly going to go get the first edge threat.
Yeah. MDM, most dangerous man.
Bang, there it is. Jeanty's got his shoulder square to the outside. Where do you think he should go? Again, path of least resistance, right? Again, we've said it. Jeanty one-on-one with the corner is a dream. Break the tackle of the corner, because once you break this tackle, where's the next defender? Down here. Jeanty's off to the races. What do you think Jeanty does in this, guys? Chat, let me know. What do you think Jeanty does? We're gonna play a guessing game. This is like our version of start him, bench him, cut him today. What do you think Jeanty does? Trey Tucker from the receiver position cracks on the end man line of scrimmage, the EOL, end man line of scrimmage, first threat to the edge, perfectly sets you up one-on-one with the corner where you're going to beat everybody. You're going to break that tackle. Where does he go? I'll go back. I'm playing it right now. End man line of scrimmage. When you could literally plant cut out and you're one-on-one with a corner. Bang, Trey Tucker, outside leverage already. Just plant your inside foot, get to the sideline. Tucker already has leverage. But what does Jeanty do? Let me duck my head into 28 and help out that defender that Tucker is already looking to block. So tell me where I'm wrong, because right now the corner is off the screen, which means Jeanty could have been one-on-one with that corner. Break the tackle, which again, we all think Jeanty does a good job breaking tackles. Yeah. You're off the races up the sideline. That's the difference between 970 plus yards and potentially 1,200 yards. And Moon over Miami, where you at? Exactly. Because he did it in college. He was so used to being able to break tackles and absorb contact in college that he's not understanding the speed of the NFL.
Yeah.
So, but TK, did Trey make the block? The best part about this is the fact that Trey made contact and slowed up the defender allows Jeanty, if he made the cut to the outside correctly and was one-on-one, 28 should have never had a chance at making the play unless the corner did a good job of forcing Jeanty back inside. But Genty needed to break it back outside. What did he do? He decided to just duck his head into 28. I'll play it all the way through one more time. Just duck his head into 28.
And part of that is, I mean, Genty may not trust his speed.
Jason Marshall, you're 100% correct. Nobody's perfect, right? Running backs are going to miss it, but when Genty misses it in the magnitude that he did throughout the season, that's the difference between him blaming the O-line on everything and Genty being partially to blame.
Exactly.
Again, we were saying that the O-line was not good. We all agree to that.
Exactly.
But there's plenty of opportunities where Genty could have actually produced. Okay, here's another one. Chat. A little bit of a test. When you're coming out of your own end zone, what's the number one thing you want to do? Get your ass out the end zone. Right? Get out the end zone. Okay? I'm going to play this. This right here, Matt comes off of the edge and makes the play. Genty's shoulders are completely square to the line of scrimmage. Completely square to the line of scrimmage. Again, we're talking about number 6 overall. Square to the line of scrimmage. Matt comes off the edge, which you leave the edge alone in this type of run because you're going basically through the center, right? You're through the center. You're working the interior. I'm going to go end zone view. Genty's shoulders are square. You need to have the agility to be able to break to this hole right here. This hole it's there, gone. I'm going to go end zone view real quick. Get out the end zone. Number 1, max off to the right-hand side. There it is. Shoulders are square. You can cut left, cut right. You can cut left, cut right, whatever you want. There's your hole. Linebacker sinks down. Kappa actually attaches to the linebacker. There's your hole.
He cut back into trouble. To the short side of the field too.
So not saying that it's the most easiest read because you got to get out the end zone, but it's an example. The line did their job. The only defender that was left alone was the defender you're supposed to actually leave alone coming out of the end zone is the edge rusher because it's supposed to go right the middle. I'll back it up just a little bit. When Genty gets the handoff, his shoulders are square. It's not like he's leaning one way or another. His shoulders are square, which means he has the ability to cut left or right. And Money Chuck, silence means there's no rebuttal. Just letting you know. I know you want a rebuttal. Genty's your stepson. But silence means there's not much rebuttal at all. And this is a body of work. We'll see. And silence does speak louder than words, which means there's no rebuttal. Let me go one for it. Bang. There it is. Should have been there. It's there. Let me go to another one. Because we talk about Genty in open space. Is this the open space one? Hold on. It is the cutback lane, but I'm gonna go to I'll go to another one. Because a lot of people talk about Genty in open space. What you're talking about?
Okay.
Did you have a reaction to one of these?
No, I think this is the one. I think this is the one. It was open space.
Oh, there's a couple. We're gonna have some fun.
It's not even patience. I mean, because in the end zone, you don't want patience in that situation. You want quick decisions, but he got to be able to see that develop. And I don't even think he even had numbers to the side of the field he was going to. He had numbers to the opposite side, and he was running to the short. He's running to the side of the field where he didn't have numbers, and it was a short side of the field. You got a hole developing to the left of you. Like take that hole. You're already out of the end zone at that point.
It's reading the flow of the defense, right? I mean, you want to get out the end zone, you want to hit the line of scrimmage quickly, but it's reading the flow of the defense. But the hole was there. It was there because you have indicators as a running back, right? You have indicators, and you're looking at linebacker flow. So, but there's also other examples. And a lot of people talk about open space, right? Genty, this is the difference between him being able to actually get more yards as it relates to the stats. And so this is outside screen here. Genty's at top. I had concerns with Genty's vision overall. Okay.
I got to move.
You had the outside defender kicked out. Let me bring this down. Outside defender kicked out. With Genty's ability, his agility, as great as Money Chuck says he is, there's no defender to the sideline. You have a lineman actually going after this outside defender here. So Genty, what do you think Genty should do? Money Chuck as a running back. Played for, I think you said, or have followed it for 57 years, which makes you like
54 years. He's been following it since birth because I think he said it was 54 years earlier. So
if you just read it right away, any natural running back, I played running back for 8 years, you would attack right behind your offensive lineman to put this defender in conflict. Attack him, put the defender in conflict. Depending on where he chooses, I'm taking the opposite. What does Genty do, though? Genty doesn't set anything up. He bounces back into the defense. I'm going to go back and start from the beginning. Then I'll give you the end zone view and give you just a better look at it. What up, Diesel? I see you. What's up, man? Let's not take the sideline, path of least resistance, where I can break one tackle, which I'm really good at, right? I'm going to jump back into the defense where all the defenders are. That makes a lot of sense. Let's go end zone view. I'm going to pause it. I'm going to show you. Press DJ Glaze. Press right behind him. Is this open space? Chat, can you tell me if this is open space? To the sideline. You have the numbers to the sideline. Even then, you got Jordan Meredith, got a little bit of an angle here. Plant your foot and just go. Plant your foot and go, and then now you got yourself a lane. But what does Genty do? Let's bounce it all inside. Even when Genty gathers his feet.
That's a mean pancake too, by Glaze.
Even when Genty gathers his feet, look at Genty's eyes. Look at it. Look at his body position. He's already wanted to bounce back inside. Why? You're gone down the 40. Gone. This is the difference between elite and okay. Not only do you take the sideline, path of least resistance, but you also plant your foot and you're. How more open do you need of 6 feet of space? Money Chuck, it's crickets. It's crickets, Money Chuck. We're going to go one more. Now this is in between the tackles. Okay. This is where there's a very good example of, as much as we have always said, offensive linemen, yes, they struggled. The offensive line play was not great.
Exactly.
We're not denying that. But there were plenty opportunities where Genty had the opportunity to show how elite he could be. Okay. DJ Glaze is going to, and we showcased this last year. DJ Glaze is going to basically show it's basically I call it a joke block. That's what I called it. You're going to let the D lineman go. You're going to kick him out, and Genty's basically going to come underneath it. It's a designed blocking scheme. The offensive line did it perfectly. Genty didn't read it right. Why? Because I think he struggles to process the speed of the NFL. DJ Glaze is going to come down line of scrimmage, kick out 99. Watch where Genty cuts. I got the end zone view as well. Do we see open space here? Money Chuck, is that big enough of a running lane for a running back and put you one-on-one with the safety? Just asking. Asking for a friend. I'll do it one more time. DJ Glaze kicks out. You cut underneath it. There's your running lane. It's designed. Okay. Played all the way through. Where's Genty cut? Into the defender. And I see Money Chuck. How about you show the Houston game? Houston game where there was perfect blocking. The Houston game was perfect blocking. It's so go for it.
And think about plays like this is where you see where Genty was contacted. So he probably still got, what was that, 7-8 yards after contact. So people are like, man, you see how he's averaging 10 yards a game. But he's creating contact that doesn't need to be there. Like if you had the agility or use your athleticism or be a football player and make football moves, you're out of there with no contact at all. But like he's a guy, he thrives on contact. Like that's how he likes to play football. And so he's going to look for contact. And yeah, I mean, I don't know if they have to coach that out of him. I don't know what it is. You know, like part of it is his vision. I don't think he's processing stuff correctly, but I think part of it is just he's used to playing that style of football and having success with it. And you know, like I mean, like you said it best, like those other like those people who are, you know, taking they're there to get their CPA and to go be accountants. Those people that are like those guys, okay, third, fourth quarter, they're gonna get tired of hitting you. These dudes are getting paid millions of dollars to bust your ass for 4 quarters. Like they're not going to get tired of hitting a 5'5" running back. You feel me? So like you have to do the things that's necessary to avoid that contact, to make plays. And it's not like these aren't like bad plays or horrible plays, but it's if I draft you at number 6 overall, I expect you to make plays, not just be the victim of plays or follow the design of plays. You're supposed to be a force multiplier. And this is stuff that a guy drafted in the 4th or 5th round can do, not a guy drafted at 6 overall should be doing.
No, absolutely. And like we're saying, there's a couple you're saying. He already made the cut when he made the ball or when he got the ball. Mike Chuck, he was already making the cut before the lane opened. This is what I love in zone view. This is what I love in zone view. Watch Genty's shoulders. When I'm going to back it up just slightly. When the problem is DJ Glaze's block is designed. Genty knows this is the cutback lane. So when his shoulders are already square, and you can say, yeah, he's making the cut. Yeah, well, he's making the wrong cut. DJ Glaze is literally going to kick out this interior defensive lineman. We're leaving this lineman alone. So this is either Genty not understanding the play, understanding the blocking design. But I'll tell you right now, if you're going to make an excuse why Genty doesn't hit this goddamn hole, you're out of your goddamn mind. Then you don't know football. You don't know the game. You don't understand how an offensive play is supposed to work. His shoulders are square enough to where you plant that outside foot. Here's your lane, one-on-one, like I showed before, one-on-one with the safety. But instead, what does Genty do? He jumps into the defender that we're trying to kick out. So you can make the excuse of, oh, well, he planted wrong or whatever it may be. That's a designed run play that either Genty didn't know, didn't understand, or didn't read properly. That's on Genty. The hole's there. Can anyone argue? Tell me in the chat. Is that a large enough hole for Genty, a number 6 overall pick, to run through? I'm asking for a friend.
Yeah,
I'm just curious.
And I just don't understand what he's trying to do there. Was he expecting DJ Glaze to get over there, flip his hips, and create a running lane between him as I think that's Forsyth on the outside right there? But was that what he's expecting DJ Glaze to be able to do, to get all the way over there and flip his hips?
So he jumps into the defender, which you're not supposed to do at all. Again, designed run, design blocking scheme. gets slowed up, and now that's the difference. If I go back between you literally being one-on-one with a safety and you break a tackle and you're off to the races. That's the difference between 970 plus yards and 1,200, 1,300 yards. So trust me, I have dozens more that I could go through, but whether you believe it or not, I think I made a little bit of a point. Again, it's not just in interior run plays, but it's also in open space. In open space, Genty's not great. In open space, he runs to contact as opposed to taking the path of least resistance. And that's all about vision. So I hope he improves. I hope that he does better. I hope that again, he's a rookie, so he can improve. And with Clint Kubiak, I hope that everything improves, and we'll see how it works out. So, Severe, man, I know when I get into my plays, I talk a lot. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, man. Like I said, nobody thinks Genty is a bad player. That's not about him being bad. Like I said, I think he's an NFL caliber running back. But is he a top 10 overall pick at running back? Like I said, there are plenty more examples we have to show where he's not a guy that's creating his own success. And when you're drafted that high at the running back position, a position that's, for the most part been devalued, it's making a little bit of a comeback. But for the most part, it's been devalued. You have to be a guy that creates your own success, right? You can't just be wholly dependent on everything around you being right, and then you're able to thrive and succeed. You have to be able to do things outside of the parameters of a play, outside of the parameters of a play call, outside of the parameters or the deficiencies of your offensive line not blocking everything up 100%, right? Like what's the old saying? You have to make at least one guy miss, and if you drop the top 10, bro, you better make at least 2 miss. So so that's where we're at, right? So he hasn't shown as of yet that he's worthy of being a top 10 overall pick. Hoping this year, different scheme, better offensive line play, a much better offensive line coach and Coach Rico, a year and getting acclimated to the speed of the NFL. Hopefully he shows some improvement. He's able to live up to that top 10 status as a running back and put himself in the conversation of being a top 10 running back in the NFL. But what I saw last year, was not worthy of that. I didn't see it athletically. I didn't see it in terms of his vision. So at times his mentality where he could get I think we got a bubble screen against Denver, and rather than take on or was it against there? Maybe it might have been New York. But instead of taking on the corner one-on-one or trying to make the guy miss an open field, he just was resigned to go out of bounds and take a loss on the play, stuff like that. He didn't even try to create in those situations. He was just, okay, well, the play call didn't work. Okay, I'm out of bounds. Nah, bro. Make something happen. That's what I'm expecting. And there was times we saw him do it, right? Everybody points to the Bears game and to the Texans game. Okay, great. What other games did he do it in? Show me some other games where he did it in for 4 quarters. Even those games where he didn't do it for 4 quarters. He had big plays, but didn't do it for 4 quarters. Show me those situations where he's like, okay, man, every single play Genty is a threat. I didn't see that happen. So and it's going to be tough now it's going to be tough for me to get over him being that 6th overall pick, just because the time when it was expected for him to be able to do those things, and going into that season, nobody said, oh, this Genty's not going to be good, or Genty doesn't have this, or Genty doesn't have that. Everybody's saying offensive rookie of the year. He's going to break all the records. He's going to do this. He's going to do that. And be top 5 in rushing and all this and that. And then it didn't happen. And after the fact, the excuses came. So this year, I'm expecting a lot more out of him, and hopefully we get it.
No, I 100% agree. And oh no, my Chuck, I'm reading it. I don't think multiple people disagree. There are some people that are
805 and Big John. I mean Money Chuck and Big John. Those are 2 people.
And shout out to Rebel. Like you said, I don't see how you could have made the cut to go right. That's fine. but that's what you expect. And that when you don't know and understand how a run is designed on the last one that I showed, then you should know as a running back, the hole is like it's there. It's plain as day. Like I don't know what to tell you. And you could agree or disagree. That's perfectly fine. But at the end of the day, whether I might have to do just one last one for you guys. Just one last one to end it off. It's about reading your blocks. It's about design run. Genty shoulders are square. Brockbowers comes down. You either kick out or you lead through. There's your running lane. That's the running lane here, right there, everybody. Brock is going to continue on, latch on here. Where's Genty go? Of course, he goes past the least resistance. I'll go one more time. Brockbowers goes to kick down. His responsibility, kick out or lead through. Genty needs to follow Brock. It's a perfect example. His shoulders are square. He can make all the cuts in the world at this point right now. Should have been a lane right to the end zone, one-on-one with the corner, run him over. He's in the touchdown. He's in the end zone. But he doesn't make the right cut. He just doesn't have the vision right now to process it correctly. There it is. One-on-one. Go get him. But he hesitates. Plants 2 feet. Gets caught up. But the good running backs know to cut back. They know to understand where do I go and I follow my blockers. That's how the good running backs do it. I'm going back up to the big screen. Again, it's not to say that Genty is not bad. He's a rookie. He needs to learn. And that's exactly what he's going to have to do this coming season. Now, the problem is that this was Genty's opportunity to showcase that he's worth the number 6 overall pick. This was his opportunity to showcase that I'm special. I can create. And unfortunately, not only were we the worst rushing team ending 2025 or 2024, we picked a number 6 overall running back, and we were still the worst rushing team in the National Football League. We were 32nd.
We ran for less yards.
Genty didn't prove anything. And even though our offensive line struggled, there were still plenty of opportunities that he could have had. Now, if the offensive line improves, if the offensive line gets better, guess what? Then we maybe could have got Kyle Monangai or Marky Woods in the 3rd or 4th or 5th round and maybe had similar production and got somebody else in the 1st round that could add better value elsewhere. Yeah. That's the argument that I have.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the year before we drafted Genty, we averaged 3.6 yards per carry. The year we drafted Genty as a team, we averaged 3.6 yards per carry. Genty, I quoted it wrong in the past. I thought Genty himself averaged 3.6 yards per carry. No. And I apologize to Ashton Genty. I misquoted his yards per carry. Genty averaged 3.7 yards per carry. So the year everybody thought we were one of the worst rushing teams ever. As a team, we averaged 3.6 yards per carry. The year after, we averaged the same, ran for less yards, and Genty averaged 3.7 yards per carry individually and was top 10 in carries in the NFL. I think he believed it was 7th in the league in carries. So if we had drafted Genty in the 2nd round, I wouldn't be as critical of the pick. Because there have been a lot of really good running backs drafted in the 2nd round, right? Jonathan Taylor, Derrick Henry, the list goes on and on. A lot more guys. But we drafted him not only in the 1st round, we drafted him in the top 10. When you're drafted that highly, playing the running back position, a position that's supposed to translate extremely well from college to the NFL, and you aren't a guy that's consistently productive, and you're still your team still ends up being the worst the worst rushing team in the league, like that's unsatisfactory for anybody to say he justified being a top 10 overall pick. I have to question what you were seeing.
No, 100%.
But guess what?
That's one running back compared to three backs.
That's what does that matter?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
What the fuck does that matter? That's the dumbest thing ever. Yeah. What does it matter?
We're still the worst rushing team in the NFL.
None of those guys were first round picks either. So what is that? What is it? So what's the so those guys split carries and Genty got the lion's share of the carries. It's still unproductive.
And none of those guys, I mean, Zamir White was a third rounder, right? Then we got in Alexander Mattson off of free agency, and then there was Amir Abdullah a couple games.
Yeah.
We're comparing those guys to a number 6 overall. And so that's the problem is at the beginning of last year, all we heard was Genty now fix the running game. That's all we heard. Genty's him. Fix the running game. We're good now. Even though we knew our offense line wasn't very good. We knew that Ellis Capel wasn't the right high free agency pickup. And this is what it equated to. The worst rushing team in the NFL. And with the number 6 overall, you would hope that Genty at least could have shown, damn, you may not be the worst, but damn, maybe you're like 23rd, because he created his own success. But he didn't. We were literally the worst rushing team in the NFL. So that equates to Genty worth nothing year one. He really was like, that's what it equates to. And again, we hope he improves. We hope that he processes.
I'm not looking for not bad, Big John. I'm not looking for not bad out of a guy draft 10 overall. And Money Chuck, you know what the Chargers did the year before? The year before, I want to say, but the year before Daniel Thomason, as a team, they ran for 1,062 yards or something like that. As a team, as an entire team, for 1,062 yards. The Daniel Thomason by himself eclipsed that. As a team, you know what they average in yards per carry? They average 3.0 yards per carry. So that means Thomason almost put up a full yard more by himself as an individual than they did the year before as a team. Genty basically matched what the worst running game did the year prior. The running game so bad it prompted the Raiders to take a top 10 running back. He essentially just duplicated what they did. So I don't want to hear this LaDainian Thompson comparison, because LaDainian Thompson also was the guy, and he had 10 rushing touchdowns. And he vastly improved the rushing attack of that team. Genty did not do that for us.
In addition to that, you look at, and we can make comparisons, and I know that like coaching comes into play, quarterback play, whatever it may be. But you would hope that a number 6 overall pick has the same impact as a, let's call it Tedderell McMillan. Tedderell McMillan, T-Mac ended up literally pushing his team to the playoffs. He actually made Bryce Young a more effective quarterback, and they turned that organization around overnight with Tedderell McMillan. And that's just, when you want to say that someone is going to change the dynamic of the offense in the way that they work, that's T-Mac.
Rebel, do you not understand how averages work? How rates work? Do you not understand that concept? Who gives a fuck if it was 5? I don't give a fuck if it was 20 people it took to do that. We drafted Genty to be the person to improve the run game, and he did not. I don't care how many people. I'm the guy that didn't want to pay Josh Jacobs. Why? Because I wanted to go running back by committee. I prefer that system. So I'm good. I'm good with that. But the fact that we wanted to have a guy that took the lion's share of the carries, he took the lion's share of the carries, and he couldn't outproduce what the team did the year prior, that's not a compliment. I don't give a fuck how many people ran the ball. It makes no difference, bro. Like, what part of that do you not understand? We still, as a team, were one of the rushing teams in the league. As a team, we rushed for 3.6 yards per carry. The same thing we did the year prior. Genty averages 0.1 more yards per carry as a individual. So he didn't vastly improve what we did. Like, why are you gonna understand? Like, I don't understand this. Oh, we had 3 running backs who did it. I don't care how many running backs it took. He didn't improve us. He was drafted to improve us, and we went backwards.
And who is it? Jason Marshall. He said Bijan Robinson posted the same stats as a rookie. I believe Bijan Robinson had much more. He had a lot more less carries than Genty, but posted a better rush per average per game.
Yeah,
I think he had over either close to or over 100 less carries.
Yeah, he was in a timeshare with Tyler Algier. So
exactly.
He didn't carry the ball. Same thing with Jahmyr Gibbs. They were both in timeshares. Genty was top. People always want to say, oh, like that's what me and Farrell had this argument all the time. Oh, we're not giving Genty the ball enough. Genty was 7th in the league in carries. There were only 6 running backs in the league that got more carries than Genty. And guess what? Of the guys in the top 16, I want to say, right? There are only 2 guys that didn't average for at least 4 yards a carry. One of the guys was Christian McCaffrey. I think he was like 3rd or 4th in carries. He averaged 3.9. And the other person is Ashton Genty at 3.7. Every other person in the top 14 carries in the NFL, or who are top 14 in carries, averaged 4.8. And a lot of those guys averaged way more, like 4.8, 4.9. I think Devon Achane was like 5.7. Like these guys were way more productive with the carries they got. And if you look at what Christian McCaffrey did in the receiving game, then obviously that made up for where he was in terms of his yards per carry. So like that's not even a apples to apples comparison. So like on a per carry rate, on a per touch rate, Genty was not as productive as these guys. It's not even close in some instances.
Now, I'm gonna add to that because shots to Loon. What up, big dog? Hey, Loon, let me know. Last year we showed up to your pro party that you had at the Paris, I think it was. Let everybody know if you're still doing something going on. Shout out to you, big dog. But I do want to make the comment to Severe what you were just saying, as well as Loon's comment. This is also the biggest problem with drafting a running back early, is the usage of the running back is dictated by the gameplay. We can complain all we want that Genty get enough carries or whatever it may be, but that's what happens when you're 3rd and 12, when you're down by 17 going in the 4th quarter, or you're down by 14 going in the 4th quarter. Like then you don't use the running back. That's the problem. Is that when you draft a running back number 6 overall, the gameplay dictates the usage of the running back. So I don't want to hear the issues that, well, we didn't use Genty enough. Well, yeah, because we weren't ready for a running back. I don't know.
He was still 7th in carries.
Exactly.
7th.
But there were situations to where we were not in the game, and because our O-line wasn't great, because the quarterback play wasn't great, which we all conceded, which again, Genty suffered from that a little bit. When you're 3rd and 12, you don't use the running back for the most part. So that's why when you're already a bad team and then you go and spend number 6 draft pick on a running back when you need to fix the quarterback, you need to fix the offensive line, you have so many holes you need to fix. The gameplay dictates the usage of the running back. And so that's the problem, unfortunately, that we have picking a running back at number 6.
This is the argument, guys. There are only 6 players in the entire NFL who had more carries than Ashton Genty, and the argument we get is 7th doesn't mean shit, Severe. Like, listen to that. In the entire NFL, 6 players carried the ball more than Ashton Genty.
That's a shit ton of carries.
Only 6.
Yeah. And then in addition to that, and shout out to everybody, man. Hey, if you enjoy the back and forth, we're just going back and forth at this point. We already went through all of our topics. We're having some fun at this point. but I saw one up from shout out to you, Rebel. You're saying, did anyone vastly improve last year? Brock's numbers went down most of the half. Like
Brock was hurt most of the year.
He was. But we also
Trey Tucker vastly improved, ironically.
we all can agree that it was a tough go last year with coaching, with the organization, with everything from start to finish. It was a rough go. Like Ashton Jeanty isn't the reason why we picked first overall. Like we're gonna agree to that if we can. Money Chuck, Big John, Rebel, can we all agree? Money Chuck is not the reason why we picked 32nd overall or first overall. But at the same time, there are dozens upon dozens examples as to why, not just the gameplay, why Jeanty shouldn't have been the number 6 overall pick, but it's also, I'm telling you, and I'm gonna go a little bit on a tangent right here. When you pick a running back number 6 overall, the going narrative, which I'm already hearing it. You know, Loon, you said we didn't give Jeanty the ball enough. There's been multiple people in the chat that's already saying we didn't give Jeanty the ball enough. Severe, you said 7th overall in carries, which is wild. But the problem is that when you draft somebody number 6 overall, the overall consensus is that you have to give him the ball. He has to get the carries. He's got to get the touches to get your worth out of a number 6 overall. And when you do that, you're already giving the defense a tell. It's hard enough for an offense to find success in the NFL. That's why there's so many offensive coordinators. There's very few offensive coordinators that are touted as good offensive coordinators consistently in the NFL. And so when you already give the defense a tell, when you already give the defense, hey, I'm going to give this guy that lines up in the backfield in the same exact position 95% of the time, I'm giving him the ball 30 to 35 times out of my 60 to 65 plays out of the game. I'm giving him the ball 50% of the time. You're already giving the tell to the defense, that already gives the defense the advantage. That's the other problem I have with picking a running back number 6 overall and prioritizing him as the focus or one of the biggest points of our defense. Is defensive coordinators. I was a defensive coordinator. I coached this game for 23 years. I was a defensive coordinator for 17 out of those 23. When I knew there was a key player on that offense, I shut his ass down first. I shut him down. I made sure that I molded my defense in preparation for that week to shut that player down. That's Jeanty. But even when Jeanty has opportunity, he doesn't take it. So combine that, it results into the worst rushing team in the NFL. I don't tell you. It's not like we're like 25th and Jeanty actually compensated. We're the worst.
We're giving all the carries as much weight for each and every single player. So unless you want to do a deep dive into what every single player, when their carries occurred and what field position they're in, all that stuff. If you want to do that analysis, feel free to do that. But nobody's looking at that. Nobody's looking at the fact, like nobody looks at when Jeanty's yards came from. They just say he got 975 yards rushing. Nobody says, well, he only had good games in this game, and this game, and all the other games he wasn't productive at all. Nobody does that because that doesn't matter at the end of the day, right? Nobody's looking at that minutia. They're just looking at the season overall and how we produced overall in the season. So, like, if you want to go into that deep dive and do that, hey, feel free to do it, my brother. But unless you're going to do it with all those backs in the top 10, I'm not going to do it.
100%. I'm going to go to the one that you started real quick. I'm going to just address two very quickly. Because it is, hold up. I'm going to get it. Hold up. Maybe I lost it. I don't know. Rebel. Or no, Loon, you're saying, I think you're saying at the beginning of the season, Chip Kelly, Pete Carroll said that they were easing Jeanty in the NFL, easing the 6th overall pick. I know That's the tough part, right? Change the stance, the whole nine. But I will say, Brendan Carroll, I think sabotaged everything. A lot of people put a lot of the blame on Chip Kelly. I don't think it was fully Chip Kelly. Like, you don't. And I'm gonna give Severe a lot of credit on this, because when there was reports coming out, we were breaking down the game film, and the offensive line and the blocking scheme looked confused. And I'm sitting there going, "What the hell is going on?" Like, I've only coached up to high school. I'm sorry, like that's my experience. But I could even tell like it was confusing. And a report came out when people were saying that, the offensive line's confused, Chip Kelly's calling the wrong plays. I sent out a message to my guys, Severe and Chris, and I said, "Hey, like, this explains a lot." But then Severe kind of clapped back a little bit, and respectfully so. And it made me rethink, going, damn, like, it goes back to what I was saying. I think Brendan Carroll is the problem. I think Brendan Carroll was the biggest problem, and there could have been a little bit of sabotage going on to Chip Kelly, because you don't forget how to call plays overnight. Chip Kelly has done it for way too long. You just don't forget. And so, Severe, I'm gonna throw it to you real quick. What are your thoughts on this comment as it relates to like Chip Kelly? I don't think Chip Kelly was the full problem. I think it was mostly Brendan Carroll.
Yeah, I don't think Chip Kelly was the full problem in terms of scheme. Like in terms of like player relations, Chip Kelly, like I said before, Chip Kelly is not player relations guy, and that's why I thought it would work between him and Pete Carroll, because Pete Carroll is supposed to be player relations guy. He's supposed to be culture, and and that's not what Chip Kelly is. Chip Kelly is a prickly person. He's not there to be your friend. He's not there to put his arm around you and give you a hug and give you the warm feelies. Like, that's not the kind of coach he is. He's a very rigid coach. He's just about ball. All he wants to do is call plays and coach offense. That's all he wants to do. And I've watched his offense at UCLA for a long time, so I know the kind of run, and I watched it at Oregon. I saw the kind of run game he deployed at Oregon. You look at the players he put in the NFL at Oregon. There's not a lot of wide receivers from Oregon that went to the NFL, right? People remember Marcus Mariota, but other than Marcus Mariota, wasn't a lot of quarterbacks he put in the NFL, right? It's Marcus Mariota, Dennis Dixon, the two that come to mind. But you could name the running backs he put in the NFL, right? Kenyon Barner and LeGarrette Blount and Jonathan Stewart and the Michael James, or you name the running backs, because Chip Kelly's offense has always been about running the football, and his run game was always top tier. So when he got to us, I thought, man, we're going to be able to run the football. So that's why I figured, even with everything else going on, we would still be able to at least be middle of the pack running the football. And the fact that we weren't was concerning. And then the fact that after they got to see some of Ashton Jeanty in mini camps and OTAs and training camp and early in the year, and they're saying, you know what, hey, we're easing them into the game. Like, that told me more about what they thought about Ashton Jeanty than what they like thought game plan wise. Was some of it circumstantial and in terms of the flow of the game? Yes. But I think some of it was they wanted to keep Ashton Jeanty healthy, but some of it was you can't keep running the ball if you're not productive. Like, it just is what it is. So if you're not productive, you're down on the scoreboard, and you don't want to like just put your top 10 pick in harm's way play after play. You're not going to just pound the rock 25 times for no reason. It just doesn't make sense. Yet and still, he was top 10 and he was 7th overall in carries. Like so they still ran the ball plenty with him. It just didn't run him into the ground for no reason at all.
100%. I'm gonna get to the comment that you had, but Robbie sent over half the carries. He was in the backfield, yeah, and I said that in earlier. Offensive line was bad, but it was also on him when he can't read the blocks properly. And I just showcased one example of many that I saw we broke down game film. So it's not just on the O-line. The O-line was bad, but it's also on Jeanty because he doesn't read the. Not only does he not read the, not only does he fail to read the blocks properly, but at the same time, he doesn't process the speed properly as well. So it's half on the O-line, half on him. And as a numbers overall, I expect him to do better. I do. not be the 32nd rushing team in the NFL. All right, and let's see. There was one more. Sir, I think you did you
I haven't started anything.
Let's see. Okay. No, TK. You're saying sorry, fellas, much love, but much love for y'all. But Ashton is the last on the totem pole to blame for this last year's poor performance. Still got faith in the young man with competent O-line play.
I mean, I don't blame anybody for having that stance. I mean, is he last on the totem pole? He's definitely not last on the totem pole, but I wouldn't put him at the. He's not. He doesn't get all the blame. He doesn't deserve all the blame. Like I said, there's a shared blame there. There were plenty of times where he left meat on the bone, where there are yards to be had, and he didn't get those yards. There were plenty of times where there were plays where you needed him to show and showcase, I'm the 6th overall pick in the draft. I'm the guy that people said was going to be generational. I'm the guy that people said was the best running back to enter NFL since, Adrian Peterson. Like, there were opportunities for him to show that, and he didn't show that. And when you're drafting a guy at 6th overall at running back, you expect him to do that on a consistent basis. And he just didn't do it. That's why smart teams don't draft running backs high unless they have the offensive line set or they have the other pieces around them set. Like, it's not an intelligent thing to do. Like, it's just not, right? So when you do that, and on top of that, you don't get the production out of them, that's going to fall back on you as an organization. And then you have to pick up the pieces and come behind that pick and make maneuvers to make that pick work instead of that pick making everything else look good. And that's what the issue was with Genty last year. It's not a situation where we're saying, man, Genty, hey, these play calls weren't great. Offensive line play wasn't great. Man, Genty, he sure made the most out of it. Nobody can look at Genty and say he made the most out of a situation. You can say he didn't just totally, completely fail. Understandable. But he did not make the most out of the situation he was in. He was like middle of the road. And that's what a good running back does. He's a good player. He's not a bum, but he's not an elite player. He's not a top 10 running back. I mean, he's not worthy of a top 10 pick at running back. And I don't know if he'll ever be considered like a top 10 running back in the NFL, to be honest with you. So we'll see. Like, he has Kubiak, like K9. I don't think K9 was voted top 10. I don't think K9 is top 10 either. But K9 had a great playoff, and I think that kind of stuck in people's minds. So they use top 10 in NFL's ranking. But like, I think me and 805 went over it. We don't think he's top 10 either.
Yeah, I mean, and at this point, we drafted Genty. We were 32nd, dead last in the NFL rushing wise. If he finds success, it's great. But it's because we improved the offensive line. I mean, we can point back to Chicago, we can point back to Houston, but it's not coincidence that was probably one of the best blocks
out of your mind.
We've seen.
Out of your mind. You're out of your mind. That's all I'm gonna say, bro. That's all I'm gonna say. You're out of your fucking mind. If that's what you think, bro, you've lost every marble. Like, you've lost all the marbles, bro. If that's what you think. Would Barry Sanders be like greatest running back of all time? No, but nah, bro. If you think Barry Sanders wouldn't do much, bro, yeah, bro. You go back and watch Barry Sanders play. That's all I'm gonna say. Go back and watch Barry Sanders play, and then come back and tell me that Adrian Peterson would have done amazing things behind his offensive line. Like, it's plenty. Le'Veon Bell, prime Le'Veon would have did great things behind his offensive line, bro. Ashton Genty just didn't have it year one. We hope he has it year 2 and beyond, but he didn't have it year 1.
Yeah, that goes to this one, Money Chuck. We all knew the offensive line was going to be an issue, and if you follow us, I was one with Rundown to say that I thought that Brendan Carroll was our biggest issue going into last season. So, because I wanted to prioritize the offensive line, we didn't. That was going to be the biggest issue. I didn't think Brendan Carroll was qualified. You know what I'm saying? And so that's what we kind of run into. Well, we got good old DC in the building.
I was preseason, bro. I've just documented. I said I was against Pete Carroll hire. I was against the Brendan Carroll hire. Like, it's documented. And people told me I didn't know what I was talking about. Oh, you don't know ball. Pete Carroll, he's won Super Bowl. All he does is win 10 games. And You know, what are you doing? I was like, bro, look, when Chip Kelly was hired with the Eagles, who did he bring in as his offensive line coach? Jeff Stoutland. Why not let this guy make his own offensive line coach again instead of sticking him with the coach's son? Why is the coach's son, both the coach's son on an offensive staff? It makes no sense. Neither one of them are qualified to be there. People told me I didn't know what I was talking about. And now that their beloved Ascingenti didn't perform like a top 10 pick, now it's, oh man, this Brendan Carroll guy didn't know what he's talking about, right? Chip Kelly doesn't know what he's talking about. Pete Carroll was a bum. Like, no. Like, you don't get to fall back on that now.
Not all, but hey, shout out to DC in the building. So there's video footage of Brendan Carroll talking to girls on the sideline while the team was in the locker room before the game. I'll never forget that. Yeah, it was bad, but man, hey, Dixon in the building. Appreciate you popping up here with us. Loon, hey, okay. Let us know if you got barbecue at Sunset Park. Hey, you're saying next year? Do you mean this year? Let me know. Let me know if you got something going on, man. Myself, Severe, Chris, we're gonna be in the building. Jeff is gonna be here. Jason, First Down's gonna be here, man. We're gonna rock through 100%. But you know, I always knew Pigs was a good man. Pigs was a good man because he blames Tom Brady for moving Meredith to center. Pigs, I'm with you. And Money Chuck, I will never respect your goddamn name unless you say, you know what, 805, I was wrong. Jordan Meredith was a starting caliber center in 2024. Or guard. That's all I got to hear, Money Chuck. You just tell me that Jordan Meredith was a starting caliber center in 2024, and we'll be okay. Until I hear that, get your ass out of here. All right. We got a couple more. We're going to get out of here. Red Ryan in the building. What's happening, man? Appreciate you. We're going to give it to you. You're saying, here's the question. Do you have confidence in Kubiak to fix the run game with his play calling and the addition of a fullback and change the pace running back, RB2 with Mike Washington Jr.? I got my take on it, Severe, man. If you want to touch on this, and then we're gonna get out of here.
I do think that. I mean, I've said it. I've maintained it. You know, Kubiak wasn't my first choice. He was like my third or fourth choice, but I think the biggest hire we made this offseason was Rico. You know, was Coach Dennison to coach up the offensive line. I think he's going to be invaluable. You know, just what he's going to be able to bring to those young players, what he's going to do in terms of helping the run game flourish. I think that's going to, you know, pay massive dividends. I don't know if, you know, I don't know how much of a fullback will help Genty, because I don't remember. And you know, Money Chuck, this is your stepson, so you let me know. I don't remember him running with the fullback at Boise. So could that cause issues for him? You know, there's going to be an adjustment period for that as well. So that could potentially be a great thing for him, and it could kind of accelerate him in year two, but it could also be a situation where him having to get used to running behind a fullback could slow him down a little bit as well. I do think it's going to be schemed up much better. Obviously, that running the outside zone, some of the best running teams in the league, they're running that type of scheme. The use of more 12, 13 personnel, I think, will help also. So I'm expecting some improvement from Genty in year two. But like I said, like, will he prove that he's worthy of being top 10 pick? I don't see it. I don't see it happening. But I do think he'll be better.
Severe, I always give credit to you in what you have said. You said it, and you basically have said that the offensive line dictates the ceiling of the running game, where the running back dictates the floor. And if our running game excels, it's going to be because of Kubiak, but it's also going to be because our offensive line play improves. I mean, look at what Kenneth Walker did this year. Kenneth Walker was always he was looked at having potential, but he was never looked at an elite running back. Was Kenneth Walker prior to last year a Super Bowl MVP candidate? No.
For most of last year, he wasn't. Like, it was like,
Exactly. Like, there's probably 8 different running backs that you could put in front of him when you talk about potential. And so if Genty does well this year, and I will give credit to Spytek, I'll give credit to Kubiak that they brought in a complimentary running back.
Yeah.
I think Mike Washington Jr., I think he's a good compliment. I'm on record. I said it's a bold take. I actually think Mike Washington Jr. might have close to the same amount of rushing yards as Genty, only because he's got the breakaway speed. He could break 150-yarder, and that'll match Genty's maybe 60, 70 yards a game, possibly, because they're splitting, not splitting carries, but there's going to be a share in that backfield. And so I will say that I think if Genty does well, it's going to be based on the offensive line play, as well as Clint Kubiak kind of skimming things up. And at the end of the day, if Genty does well because the offensive line play is well, then there's always going to be that argument, at least on my side, and maybe Severe's or what have you, is that, man, we could have went elsewhere. We could have gotten somebody else in the first one. We could have got a Terrell McMillan or a Kelvin Banks to solidify the offensive line, and then got a running back like Junkins in the second round or like a Woody Marks in later rounds. It's about how you manage the draft. That's how we look at it at times. So, but we don't, in the same breath, we're not going to say that there's no fault of the coaching staff. There's no fault of the offensive line. Like, there's fault there without question.
Definitely.
But it's also about Genty creating his own success and being worth the number 6 overall. So, Loon, you're saying that, okay, next year, not this year. So, Loon, hit me up. Let me know. I will let you know what we're doing for week 1. We're gonna have some fun, have a good time.
Imagine. Man, imagine.
And this is what I don't want to go on a tangent. Jeff, I don't want to go on a tangent because what's really tough is, like, we could have gotten Kelvin Banks last year. Let's say we drafted Kelvin Banks. Brendan Carroll would have been his O-line coach, and would have probably made him look like shit. Like, that's the hard part. That's why coaching does play a huge role. I'm not going to deny that. Maybe Genty's running back coach wasn't great and didn't coach him up. I can concede that as well. And I will. But coaching plays a massive role, and because I've coached this game for a long time, I know that coaching plays a role in the development of these kids. And so we'll see. Let's just hope, and let's just cross our fingers that we all find success, and that goddamn Mendoza signs his goddamn contract tomorrow morning. So, all right, we're going to get the hell out of here, man. We've been on this for a minute, man. Appreciate everybody rocking. Appreciate, everybody. Big John. Tanner Jack, I see you in here. Appreciate you. Alec M, what's happening, man? Appreciate you rocking with us. Money Chuck, we were going back and forth. Appreciate you rocking with us, man. It's always
for
good.
Sure. For sure. I appreciate the passion of Money Chuck, if nothing else.
100%.
Sure, Big John. Sure. You keep telling yourself that. You keep telling yourself you already did. Just like you keep telling yourself Kubiak wasn't going to be the guy. And keep telling yourself that, brother.
It's going to be fun, man. But hey, tap with us. If you guys don't know, I'm 805 Raider. You got the Severe Raider over here. My channel is Real Talk Raider Nation. Chris, Protect the Show podcast. Go over there. Say what's up to him afterwards. But before you check out, hit the like button if you can. But then Severe, let everybody know what other shows you got going on throughout the week.
That's what it is, man. The Severe Raider here on YouTube, Snapchat, TikTok, XIG, Kick, Twitch, True Social, everywhere. The Severe Raider. Tap in with me, man. Tuesdays and Thursdays. My guy Pharaoh NFL, 50-50 show in Around the Shield. Obviously, Wednesdays I'm in the Raider War Room with 805 Raider and a picture of Protect the Shield logo at the top. We'll be
in spirit.
We'll be
Make sure
we're doing just Wednesdays right now, but as 805 lets you guys know, after the first preseason game, we'll be back doing Sundays and Wednesdays, bringing you guys the film studies where Money Chuck and Big John tells us how great Genty is for the entire film study. Yeah, man, make sure y'all tap in. Football is finally here. Training camp for the rookies is tomorrow. Hopefully, Fernando Mendoza gets his contract signed, and he is there to participate and learn and grow with this team. Make sure you hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, and hit the hype button. And if you weren't able to join in the live chat, leave a comment in the bottom. And usually I'm able to get back to the comments within like a week or so.
And just so you guys know, if you guys ever come to a game, I live in the Vegas area. I will be I'm at the tailgate every single game. So if you are in town, whether or not we have like back and forth or what have you, as long as you're not Frank Perez, I remember the name. You know what I'm saying? Like, just link up. You know what I'm saying? I'm always down to share a beer or whatever it may be. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can have a different in perspective. I'm not saying that my take is always right. I'm just giving you my perspective. That is it. But I follow it up with context and I follow it up with game film. That's all I do. And if you want to disagree, that's perfectly fine. I have no issues with it. But at the end of the day, just know I do my homework. And a lot of times I take the 80-20 rule. It's more like 90-10. It's pretty accurate. I'm just saying. So, but I'm not saying I'm never wrong. Jacob Parrish, but we'll see how it works out. I just throw it out there. I just have to. But I love it, man. I will say I appreciate everybody that taps in with us. I appreciate everybody that rocks over and just kind of gives us your attention, because at the end of the day, we don't want to talk to one or two people, but us having over 100 people in the off season is always worth it. So we definitely appreciate everybody that rocks with us. I hope you guys have a great rest of your Wednesday, great rest of your week. We hope Fernando Mendoza puts ink to paper so he can get out on the field and rock out. And according to Jeff, he's never wrong. According to Jeff, he's never wrong. That's how it is. So appreciate y'all, man. Hey, have a great rest of your evening. Have a great rest of your week. I won't be here next week. We're going to try to get Severe on Wednesday. Maybe this guy that's up here. Maybe Chris will join him. But either way, after that, we're rocking full speed preseason games. Not only are we going to be Wednesday, we're going to be Sundays, and we're going to break down some game film as well. So appreciate y'all, man. Have a great rest of your Wednesday. Great rest of your week. We'll see you on the next one. Shit, we're out of here. Peace.
Peace.